Well, well, well. It's Saturday, and today, I don't know why I said it's Saturday, as if you guys don't know it's Saturday, but it is Saturday. And today, we're going to play some Zomboid. We're going to take a little break from Baldur's Gate 2, even though we're doing really well in Baldur's Gate 2. And I might actually be able to beat Throne of Baal. But we're going to take a break and play some Zomboid. I was going to play it and then just not stream it because I thought, people are enjoying the Baldur's Gate 2, so I want to play some Zomboid, but I'm not going to stream it. And then I thought, that doesn't make sense. Why don't I just stream it? So, here we are. But the problem with Project Zomboid, right, is it's really easy. People will say, oh, Zomboid, it's a hard game. No, it's not. Zomboid's like the easiest game known to man, right? Normally. And that's the problem with it. But I thought, normally I just play on Apocalypse settings. And Apocalypse settings, combat best avoided. Nah, that's just not true. Short lifespan. Nah, that's just not true. Apocalypse is super easy. So, I thought, let's make our own, eh? Let's customize our own zombie apocalypse. So, we're going to start in Echo Creek because it's like the least sketchy starting point when it comes to zombies. And there's going to be a lot of zombies, and the zombies are actually going to be pretty scary. Normally zombies are a joke. You can just walk away from them. Like casually stroll away from the zombies. So that's why Zomboid on default difficulty is not hard at all. Because you can just leisurely stroll away. But that's not going to be an option for us, because we're going to make all the zombies be sprinting zombies. So, I put together this brutal setting, which is 12 months since the apocalypse, which is going to mean there's no power, there's no water, and all the kind of infrastructure's gone to shit. There'll be plants growing everywhere. It'll be pretty cool. Then, zombies. We want an insane zombie count. But we're actually overriding it down here. So I've made sprinters be 100%. Sweet, sweet 100%. Oh, yeah. Actually, I can just put that on sprinter, right? Yeah. I've made them superhuman. I've made them tough. I've made them have a long memory, have eagle sight, have pinpoint hearing. All in all, it's not going to be a good time for us. So, that's pretty cool. Population multiplier is 4. 4 times the zombies. But then the peak multiplier and the start multiplier is 4. You know what that means? It means 16 times the zombies. Ugh. 16 times superhuman, eagle-eyed, pinpoint vision, long-memoried zombies. Now it could get to be a bit of a challenge. Then I've turned off all loot. Except literature. Because literature kind of gates some stuff. Oh, and generators. But I've made them insanely rare. Insanely rare. So, I actually think... So I turned off loot because it's too easy when there's loads of loot. But having no loot, nah, let's go with it. It'll force us to learn crafting, eh? I've let media be in there because that's just like videotapes and stuff, which we won't even be able to use unless we find one of the insanely rare generators. I would have made there be no generators, but there's no way to, you can't craft a generator, I believe. Mementos I put in, because that's like, you know, why not? They don't actually help you. And literature's in because a bunch of stuff is locked behind knowing the literature. Everything else, though, we gotta forage it, or we gotta craft it, or we gotta... well, that's about it, really. And I've made it so zombies don't spawn loot either. So that is our brutal setting. Haven't really changed much else. I made it so rotten food gets removed after 5 days, because why not? But anything else never gets removed. I think that's reasonable. Nature's fine, as standard, I think. So, that's kind of our settings. It's an absolutely suicidal setting. And we're going to make it doubly suicidal by going with my brutal build. Which obviously takes puny and unfit. So we start with 1 strength, 1 fitness, 0 fitness. That can't be right. No, that is right. We start with 1 strength, 0 fitness. But we get a whole bunch of useful other stuff. Considering there's not going to be any loot. So yeah, reluctant fighter might be a pain in the ass. But I'm hoping we won't actually have to fight anyone for a while. Slow metabolism I took because a tendency to gain weight seems useful. Considering one of the big problems in the late game is usually how to gain weight. You have to like chow down entire sticks of butter and stuff. So having a permanent tendency to gain weight isn't really a debuff, I think. Starting with high weight is pretty rough, but I think a permanent tendency to gain weight is incredibly useful, honestly. Slow reader is fine. And then we've taken loads of stuff that's going to help us, theoretically, in a world with no loot. And we'll see if that's true. We're probably going to immediately die. That's just a fact. It'd be nice to take blacksmith knowledge, but I don't think I can justify getting another 6 points. No. Not really. So that's fine. And we're starting as a lumberjack because I like axes. Axes are very cool. And they're one of the few things that are really easy to craft. Okay. And then we're going to start as Wild Man. We're not starting with any clothes. No clothes. Whatsoever. Which is actually a problem. Because our feet will start bleeding. Almost immediately. But that's fine. Adds to the challenge, eh? So we're going to start naked as the day we were born. Well, I guess not naked as the day we were born. We are wearing pants. But that's fine. And yeah, we'll see how this goes. I expect us to die immediately. But that's fine. We also start with a handgun and well, that's about it really. But we're going to drop everything we're carrying as well. Pure no loot. The game tries to sneak you a handgun at the beginning. It's not happening. I don't want no stinking handgun. Plus, with these zombie settings, it'd be more of a liability than anything, I think. This is going to be how we died, 100%. Okay. I didn't mean fast forward time there. We started in a trailer, huh? We We should have at least allowed there to be pencils, eh? Let's see if there's any useful books. Books are the only thing that can spawn, really. I don't see any. Here's the thing. If a zombie sees us, we're probably dead. Because... 0 fitness. Great. Okay. I keep accidentally fast forwarding time. Anything in the bin? A receipt. Shit. Oh my god, there's already loads of them. They've seen us. Just run. Have they seen us? They were definitely running around. They'd seen something. Are we safe? Maybe they didn't see us. If we get seen, we are almost certainly dead. Maybe we just bail. Something I haven't thought about is how we're going to purify water. Because, if there's no loot, that means we're not going to be able to get any cooking pots or anything. The only way we could really do it would be to, do the old plumbing trick. Which we could probably do. Yeah, purifying water is going to be a pain. Also, we need to be careful walking through these trees. If we get scratched, that's going to be a real problem. Great. Okay, well, we're already scratched. That's fine, I guess. It's not really fine. It's actually incredibly awkward being scratched this early on. Because we got no way to solve it. And the pain is just going to build up and build up and build up. And it's going to make our foraging incredibly inefficient. So that's a bit of a shame. The insta-scratch. But we won't die from a scratch. Even if it gets infected, we won't die. So it's fine, sort of. So I think we're just going to have to live in the forest for a little while. Until we can make some spears. Train up our fitness a bit. That's about it, really. Yeah. Sure the helicopter will screw us over. Can't believe we got scratched on the chest already. This is such BS. Also, there's the river. That's good. Okay, we've at least found the river. We'll probably have to just drink tainted water for a while. Which is fine. Sort of. Now we want to find somewhere where we can kind of set up camp. Could do it here. We're a little close to town though. What you want is you want a rock. You want a rock that's next to the water in an ideal world. Because for crafting, you need a surface. And in the wilderness, a rock is the only surface you've got. We also want somewhere vaguely open. So like there would be nice if there was a rock there. We'd have to get across the river. I hope our feet don't start bleeding. They're almost certainly going to. We'd have to find some twine or make some twine. Make some twine, then we can make some shoes. Then you don't have to worry about your feet bleeding. Like if there was a rock here, this would be perfect. But I don't think that rock counts as a surface. There must be a rock here somewhere. This scratch is going to be a real pain in the ass. Hello, Alex. How's it going? It's going good, man. All is well in the land of Callum. Except that we got this scratch on our torso. Naked survival, yeah. For now, at least. Because being inside the towns, or anywhere with zombies, is basically a death sentence. So, we need to stay in the woods for a little bit. You're out of Africa at last. Cool. We're just looking for a rock. A rock is the most important thing we need to find. And having this river between us and the town is like super useful actually. Because when the helicopter goes off, you just know that, well, we're not going to have a good time of it. Because I've made all the zombies sprinters and all have super hearing and vision and memory. The helicopter is probably going to really fuck us over. We just need a rock. I really wish our torso hadn't got scratched. It's going to really gimp our foraging so much. And we'll have to let it naturally heal. Is that a rock? What does a helicopter do? It's a massive, massive, massive sound. No, that's not a rock. It's a helicopter that follows you around for like a day. And it puts out like a massive sound so all zombies nearby are like, oh, I'm going to go check that out. It happens once. But it's really brutal. Is that a rock? No, it's a tree. It does follow you, yeah. I believe it does. It's really fucking annoying, is the helicopter. You can turn it off, but why would you? You know? The whole point of having such insane difficulty is to make things incredibly annoying. Right, we just need a rock. A sweet rock. It's got to be a big rock, though. A rock that we can use as a crafting surface. Then we can start foraging. We can use the rock as like our home base. Tell you what, though, things are going to get pretty grim for this guy for a while. Pretty grim. And the forests are all super overgrown because we're starting 12 months in as well. which means we're even more likely to get scratched. A rock, a rock, a rock. My kingdom for a rock. Maybe up here? I don't want to go too far away from the river. Hey, Brian. Good to see you, man. Nah, I don't want to get this far from the river. Is the crafting system similar to the one in CDDA? Yeah, but not as advanced, eh? Every time I play Zomboid, I'm like, oh, I wish it was as advanced as CDDA. But the crafting similar definitely takes inspiration from it. I almost played CDDA, but I need to get a keyboard with a numpad. Otherwise, CDDA is really awkward to play. In fact, I might order a new keyboard, specifically with a numpad, because I'd love to play some CDDA. But not having a numpad really gimps me in that regard. You got to use like H, J, K, N and stuff to move around, and it's just freaking awkward. So it is tempting to buy a new keyboard. You got rid of your keyboard without the numpad? You hated it? Yeah. Yeah. I usually get a new keyboard like once a year anyway. This one's coming up on needing it. You can mouse click to move. I know, but that's annoying as well, eh? You don't really want to have to use the mouse in CDDA. You want it to be keyboard only in an ideal world. So that you're not switching. Kind of like when you're programming, you don't want to be using the mouse. I see CDDA the same way. Also, are we even going to find a goddamn rock? There must be a rock. How hard can it be to find a rock? I don't like that we're having to push through so many trees. And I really don't like that our stomach is scratched. It's ridiculous how many trees there are when you start 12 months in. Rock? My kingdom for a rock? It's fine, we'll get one eventually. And we're going to have to drink tainted water as well, which is not going to be good for us. I'm really not sure how we're going to sterilize water. This area is quite open. There's no rock though, eh? Because normally, to sterilize stuff, you build a campfire. You put the water in a container. And then you put it in the campfire and it sterilizes the water, right? But I don't know how we're going to get containers. Our torso's infected, but let's not worry about that, eh? We're not going to die from a torso infection. It's just not going to happen. The real problem will be if it starts raining. If it starts raining, that'll be a real problem. I can't believe we haven't found a single fucking rock. I wanted to get a lot of foraging done. Rocks flee on sound, try stealth. Yeah, totally, man. It almost feels like they do. It's actually obscene that we haven't seen a single rock. It's fine, we'll find one. Aha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Can we cross over this? I feel like we should be able to cross over this. But if we can't, the zombies can't. So that's actually good. Yeah, this is quite cool. This is a nice little area. It does look like we should be able to cross over there, though, eh? But I'm super happy if we can't. Even though it totally looks like we should be able to. Yeah, this is sick. And we need this rock because crafting on surface. Pretty much everything requires a surface to craft. So that's cool. So unbelievable, not a single piece of trash in the forest. Oh, there's trash. Believe me on that. Also, yes, we're just going to drink tainted water. It's just, it has to happen. Right. Before we get too freaked out by our infected torso, we need to get some foraging done. Ideally for stones. Clay. You know what? I'll take some clay. What are we carrying? Oh, I didn't dump all our gear. Hang on, let me drop this gun in the river. I don't know if you can drop the gun in the river, but I don't want it. I meant to drop all this stuff when we started. Damn it. That's fine. Right, let's keep looking for a stone. Now that we've found rocks, we need stones. Also, you'd think there'd be loads of stones here, eh? You'd think this would be like stone central. But it's not. We really want flint. Flint is what we need. Sweet, sweet flint. This feels like watching the Primitive Technology channel. Yeah, where all those primitives just pull a gun out their ass and drop it in the river. Okay. If we hadn't got that scratch, we'd be in a great position right now. Poisonous berries. I mean mushrooms. This is a nice little area, though. Oh, look, another rock. That's just the way it is, eh? You spend hours looking for a rock, and then two show up at once. Screw this infection, man. The problem with the infection isn't that it's going to kill us. It's that it's going to lower our foraging chance. And, well, considering we're in the middle of the forest, foraging is pretty much our go-to. Now, you can get a lot of cool stuff from foraging. We've got some tree branches. That doesn't really qualify as cool stuff, but it is stuff that we need. We'll be using those to make axes. Then we can start cutting down some trees. Let's drop them off. Now, we might literally spend forever wandering this wilderness. We need flint. The best way to get flint is on a road. But going to a road, there's a few problems with that. Problem number one, I don't know where the road is. Problem number two, road implies potential zombies. Maybe we should try and find a road. Let's try and find a road while we do some lesser foraging. A large stone, huh? What can you use a large stone for? A whole bunch of stuff. Okay, cool. But it's very heavy. It's so heavy that it's going to be injuring us just carrying it, so let's take the large stone home. Pretty pleased about that. That's a pretty good haul. A singular stone. Let's get back to searching. And yeah, let's just head this way. I don't know if that's north or east or whatever, but we're going to go this way and hope that we run into a road. We're also really going to hope that it doesn't rain. Hey, we got a flake. That means we can make an axe. Well, we can't make an axe yet. But we're one step closer to making an axe. We need... no, we don't care about twigs. We need twine, which means we need to make twine, which means we need hemp. So that's also why we're scavenging. We need to find some hemp, and then we can make twine. And then we can make crude axes. And then we can chop down trees. And then we can get logs. And we'll kind of be going up in the world. Good, foraging leveled up. Pain relief, perfect. Let's eat all these flowers, except the stale one. That's pretty good for us. Relieves pain. We'll keep the seeds. Let's get rid of that. We're not going to eat anything that's stale. It increases boredom and unhappiness, both of which are detrimental. Obviously. Now, if a zombie does see us and we're busy foraging, we're basically dead. I did a trial run before the stream to try and get the volume working right. And I stepped out of the first house that I spawned in, and a zombie ran up and bit me on the forehead immediately. And it was like, well, I guess we're dead. It was a good little trial run. This log would be really nice. I guess we'll carry it around with us. Stuff weighs less if you hold it in your hands, which is good. Significantly less. Yeah, it really was classic. It made me realize that having every zombie be a sprinter zombie and giving them perfect eyesight and hearing and memory might have been a bad idea. But that's why we do it, you know? Zomboid's way too easy if you stick with normal settings. You've got no reason to go and hide in the woods like a coward on normal settings. Some clay, huh? Yeah, we'll take some clay. Can't believe we haven't found a road yet. Where do we store the seeds if we don't have any pockets? We've got our prison pocket. Maybe he keeps them in his underpants. Kind of Guybrush Threepwood style. It's possible. I wish we had a pencil. If we had a pencil, we could mark on our map where our base is. But we don't have a pencil or a pen, so we can't. We'd have to find one by foraging. It's the only way. I think the odds of us foraging a pencil are pretty low in the middle of the woods. You'd be surprised, though. We find some pretty good stuff foraging. We find some pretty good stuff. We've not really found any food yet. We really need that hemp. No, we don't need termites. We like super need hemp. Without hemp, we basically can't do anything. We don't need a leech. I'll take these thistles. We can eat those. What are the icons in the top right? These ones. There are statuses. They're called moodles. They basically tell you of any like ongoing status that you've got going on. So, we're out of breath. We're peckish. We're tense. We're a little hurt. And we've got minor pain. So pretty much anything that's not permanent that applies to your character will appear in the top right. And they all impact various stuff. Oh yes, we got a flint nodule. Nice. I'm actually going to switch our search focus to just no search focus. Apparently food is common here. Really? I haven't found shit. Hello, Rain? Sounds like a normal Monday. Yeah. That flint nodule is great, but we need hemp. We really need hemp. The more we level up foraging, the more options we get to like focus on. So, really, finding anything right now is super useful. A second flint flake is useful. For sure. Are they both good condition? Sometimes you find them and they're like terrible condition and it's like, wow, great. No, we don't need a millipede. We need hemp, damn it. You see how our guy's getting stressed out? Agitated. That's because of this infection on his torso. It's not going to kill us, but it's really going to screw with us. Because the more of these negative moodles we've got, the worse our foraging is. It's brutal. Like, getting that scratch at the start is really going to fuck us for a while. Also, where the hell is that river area? Oh yes, mushrooms. Let's go. Some food. Mushrooms are great. Because they lower your thirst as well. How did we get the scratch? Walking through trees. So whenever you walk through a tree, there's a chance it'll scratch you. And every step we take, there's a chance that our feet are going to get scratched. Because we haven't got any shoes yet. But we'll be able to make some shoes once we get some hemp. It's really imperative that we get hemp for multiple reasons. It's going to let us make some tools, and it's going to let us make some shoes. I don't know whether the river, whether our base was north or south. I assume it was north, eh? I assume it was north. I don't really know. It's really rough when you don't have a pencil, so you can't mark your map. It's fine. At least we found those mushrooms, eh? Staves off hunger for a little bit. Staves off thirst as well, which means we don't have to drink from the river. You think it's the direction I'm heading? What, up here? I hope so. I mean, I guess if it's not, maybe we'll run into a road. And that'd be alright. Oh, it's here. Good. You alright? What's that? Limestone. I mean, we'll take it. I don't really know what we can use limestone for. But let's put it with the others. Let's put everything here except the thistles. Good thing about thistles, right, is you can eat them and they don't go stale. Now, yes, they only give you 1 hunger, but they don't go stale. Super important. Let's go north, or presumed north. Let's just follow the river a bit more. Having 0 fitness really blows. We're going to have to do some exercises. But we can't really do that. Well, I mean, we can, but we probably shouldn't do that. I'll take a large branch. Let's equip it in both hands. We can research the large branch. Yeah, now we got a weapon. Ain't no zombies gonna mess with us now. We've got a large branch. That's too heavy for us. Oh, did I not drop the log? Shit, man. Fine, let's go home. Can't believe I didn't drop the log. It's like the heaviest thing we've got. And we need to put everything we're thinking about using next to this stone. Right, cool. 1 whole log. Truly, we're a rich man. Let's eat some thistles while we explore. I don't think eating affects our... Wait, have they gone stale? Get out of here, thistles. I'm not eating you. I didn't think thistles could go stale. Right, let's follow the river, see where it goes. Hope that there's a road that it reaches, so that we can get some stones. What's that? A large, smooth, flat stone. We're not going to carry that with us, it's too heavy, but we'll pick it up and put it down. Maybe eating too many causes the mood debuff. Maybe, but I tend to chow down on the thistles quite a lot. I think it's just that they were in our inventory for too long. Or maybe they do always give that mood buff and debuff, and I've just never noticed. Explain why my guy is like always really unhappy. We're really looking for hemp. Stored too deep in the prison pocket. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's it. That would definitely explain it. Ah. A bug. We're not going to start eating bugs. We've not lowered ourselves to that level yet. Yeah, we need to find a road. Wonder how long it'll take for our torso to heal. Probably a few days. We've got some more thistles. Let's see if these ones... Yeah, see, they don't negatively impact our mood. Also, foraging leveled up again. That's great. That's like really great. The thistles are pretty good. It's a random amount of hunger that they return. Okay, now we can search for mushrooms. That's good. Let's set our search focus to mushrooms for now. Is this a farm? It's a little worrying. There might be zombies around, but there's also probably better foraging at the farm. Even if we don't go inside, if we forage like on the outskirts of the farm, there's probably good stuff here, eh? Maybe we'll start getting like fruit. That'd be nice. A centipede. Great. Stones are extremely rare. Let's set our search mode to no focus. It'd be very cool if we can get some fruit. Or some veg. Then we get the seeds. Then we can theoretically start planting them. Also, farm implies road. Road implies stones. Now granted, farm also sort of implies zombie, which is a bit of a concern. All that for a caterpillar. Okay. There's another farm over there. If we could find a stone here that we could use for crafting, or even if we could, like, maybe clear out, like, the barn. Maybe we could live in the barn. Then we'd at least have a roof over our heads if it starts raining. But naked with no weapons, 1 strength, 0 fitness. I just don't see us being able to take on the zombies. We could take on 1 probably. But there's not going to be a single zombie on its own. It's just not going to happen. Not with the amount of zombies we've put on. What are you? A leech. God damn it. Whew. This is fine. starting to get tired. Let's let him rest. All that foraging is tiring him out. It's understandable. Let's fast forward time a bit. He's starting to get sad. It's a little concerning. It's going to get dark soon. This field is huge, eh? It's like the biggest field known to man. We're also getting tired. Maybe we can find a bed instead of having to sleep just on the floor. That'd be nice. If we find a farmhouse, I think we might risk going inside. Ginseng, huh? Yeah, we can eat that. Eat it to restore endurance. That's really good. Nice. Yeah, we might try and fight our way into a like farmhouse. If there's like 1 or 2 zombies, I think we could beat 1 or 2. I know they're really fast. I know they're really strong. But I bet we could still just push them over and stamp on their heads if there's only 1 or 2 of them. Even if we are weak. I want to believe. However, this field is like the biggest field known to man. It's actually unreal. A tomato! Let's go! Did we get any seeds? We got 10 tomato seeds. Oh, truly there is a god. Also, a road. Okay, let's turn off searching because it limits our vision. A road, huh? A bridge, huh? Okay. We actually don't want to walk on the road. You're more likely to get your feet damaged, I think, if you walk on the road. That might not be true. But anecdotally, it's true for me. We might end up just abandoning all that loot we left in the forest. I don't know if we'll ever be able to find our way back there. Although really, it's just hit the river and then go south, eh? So we could totally find our way back there. But whether there's anything worth going back for, I don't know. There's a dirt road over here. That probably leads to a building of some sort. But buildings imply zombies. That's the only concern. Buildings imply zombies. I want to believe. I want to believe that there's a very small farmhouse here with like 1 or 2 zombies and we can set up shop there. They might even have a well. Oh, imagine that. Because water's going to be a problem. I think well water is tainted, but still. It'd still be a hell of a find, even if it's tainted water. And they might have a stove. That's not technically loot, that's furniture. I'm worried there's going to be a zombie on this path. First zombie we meet, I'll probably panic and die. That's just a fact. Now the question is, are we allowed to loot the zombies' clothes? I would say no. Yeah, I think looting the zombies' clothes is unfair. If I could have, I'd have turned off zombie clothes. But it didn't give me the option to. We turned off them having any loot, but zombie clothes, they still have. I don't know if that means they'll spawn with bags. If they do, we might allow ourselves to use bags. If we manage to get them off a zombie. Which in and of itself would be a challenge. Oh, great. Ah! There's totally going to be zombies here. And we're arriving at night. This isn't great. At least we've got cat size. The cat size perk. Which means that it's not super dark. Right. There's definitely going to be zombies here, eh? Hope you're ready for us to pretty much guaranteed die. Because that's what's going to happen. If a zombie sees us. I'm going to panic. I'm going to fail my shove. And a zombie's going to eat us. It's in there. Nope. Let's get out of here before that breaks. I've made a huge mistake. We need a stick. Ah! We're so dead. Well, hey, we survived for 15 hours. Right, so the answer to the question, can I kill a few zombies? Not in the middle of the night. Where did they all come from? They were in the houses. They were in the houses. And they broke out. Okay. That's fine. That was just a palate cleanser. Or a warm-up. Let's load my settings again. They really are brutal settings, but that's why we do this, eh? Then we'll load my brutal build. I'm trying to decide if there's anything else that we want. Inconspicuous would be nice. Thick-skinned would be nice. But we'd have to take multiple negatives to get thick-skinned. And I don't know which ones we'd take. I guess claustrophobic wouldn't be too bad. We could take claustrophobic and... let's take claustrophobic, right? Panic in small rooms. That's no big deal. That gives us 4 points. Is there any 4-pointer that we'd want? Inconspicuous. Runner. Thing is, I really want hiker would be quite nice. Get more foraging. But we'd have to get another 2 points. We could take conspicuous. Herbalist gives forager. That's true. That is true. There's a bunch of stuff that gives forager, I think. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, maybe we should take herbalist. I'd quite like low thirst. Because I can't think of any way that we're going to purify water. Except via the plumbing scam. Needing less water would actually be super useful. Let's take herbalist because the foraging is super useful. And then we've got what? 0 points left. Okay, let's go with that then. Let's save that as our new brutal build. Get nearsighted and start with glasses. The CDDA trick. I don't think you can start fires with glasses in this. Pretty sure you can't. That's a CDDA trick. I don't think you can do it here. But we'll be able to start fires pretty easily. We'll just need to make a notched plank, which is not that hard. Okay, let's do it. Wild man. This time we're going to live. I believe. We're going to live longer than 15 hours, that's for sure. Or we're going to die within the first minute. One of the two. And I'm going to remember to drop our gun right at the beginning this time. Also, lesson learned. Even a farmhouse in the middle of nowhere still has too many zombies for us to deal with at the start. We at least need, like, a spear. Or something. Anything. We at least need anything. Why are we frightened? Why are we terrified? Is there a zombie in the room with us? Is the zombie in the room with you right now? Do we see a zombie? Oh, claustrophobia, of course. We're afraid of being in our own house. Let's take that mechanics book, eh? Close curtains. They added wilderness. Look, there's a rat. They added wilderness creatures. A vehicle key. I thought I turned off keys. Well. It's not technically loot we started with. Shit! Shit! F you, buddy! Oh my god, what the hell, man? I thought we were in the middle of nowhere! They do have backpacks. There's a guy here with a backpack somewhere. I saw him. I'm sure I saw someone with a backpack. Oh great, now we're a sprinting zombie. Maybe I didn't see someone with a backpack, but I'm sure I did. It's like, where's Wally, eh? I'm sure there's a zombie in here with a backpack somewhere. Maybe it was a hood. Oh no, look! He's got a backpack! So backpacks do spawn on zombies. That is huge intel. The question is, are we going to allow ourselves to take them? Probably. Because of how insane all these zombies are. Let's try again. Third time's the charm. And we're not going to dick about. We're just going to leave immediately. If we get seen, we can't outrun them because of our fitness. Our 0 fitness. We cannot outrun them, so... we have to sneak away like we did the first time. This time we'll manage it. I can feel it in my bones. Third time truly is the charm. Oh. Have they immediately seen us? Surely not. There's loads of zombies out the front and back. The one advantage we've got is I turned on that zombies will chase after animal noises. So if an animal makes a noise, the zombies will chase it. So I guess maybe we hope that they're all running after, like, a rat or something. There's no way we're getting out of here alive. There's no way. I don't know where they're all going, but... we've been seen. Oh my god, they knew we were here the whole time. How many zombies came through that window? Okay, that one there was no chance, right? We literally started surrounded by the undead. But we know that it's possible. Also, I should probably just be starting as a new character, really, in the same world. It'd save us a couple of button clicks. Hello, Anna? What is this game? Is it a zombie apocalypse simulator? Yeah, you've not heard of Project Zomboid. It is a zombie apocalypse simulator. It's really good. It's like really, really good. It's CDDA but 3D. Yeah, which does actually limit it quite a bit. I remember, all old school heads will remember when Project Zomboid was 2D. When there was no 3D. That was like way when it first came into early access. Hello, Scott. You're ill, huh? That's a shame. And I do mean that. I know that didn't sound very sincere. But I do mean that that truly is a shame. Okay. I want to believe that there's no zombies around. Well, there are. Okay, we need to make it to the woods. That's our best bet. How do you climb out of a window? Hold E. Fuck! Don't scratch. You don't scratch. Don't. Fuck it. If we get scratched, we get scratched. Stupid zombies. We need to crouch so we're not making noise. Are we good? I'm not going to assume that we're good. Ah! Fuck you, man. How are you still alive? God damn it! I really thought we'd got away with it that time. I really thought we'd got away with it. It's fine. Fourth time's the charm, or is this fifth? Is this our old house? I think the fact that the frame rate's dead means there's a million zombies outside. Why is the frame rate so dead? There's going to be a million zombies outside. I don't know why the frame rate is so tanked, though. I just want to step outside and see it. My computer's a beast. We shouldn't be having frame rate problems. Is this America? Yeah. I guess maybe I should turn the ragdolls off. Hang on. There's another few things I can try. First off, I can shut down everything else on my computer that is probably eating most of the RAM. I've got a lot of shit open. I'll close all of my Unity projects. I'll close all my Visual Studio projects. They probably eat up quite a lot. I'll close Blender. I'll... yeah, that's probably fine. Maybe there's a memory leak. Well, it is a debug build. You know what? Maybe there is a memory leak. Let's restart the game. I agree with you on the memory leak. It's highly possible. It is the unstable branch. Yeah. We'll reboot the game. It's fine. How much memory is it using? 2.5 gig. That should be fine. Yeah, I'll reboot the game. No, I'm not going to toggle on ragdolls. Just in case. Not everyone can write good code. That's true. Is it Unity? No. Project Zomboid's been around since before Unity was even a thing. Pretty sure it's written in Java. Might be wrong on that, though. But I'm pretty sure it is. Right, this is going to be the one. The stream is black screen. Oh, of course it is. There you go. OBS takes a while to understand that the game's rebooted. So you have to like Alt-Tab out and then Alt-Tab back in a few times. And then OBS goes, oh yeah, it does exist. It's running on DOS. Yeah. Aren't we all running on DOS? Technically, Windows is running on DOS, so that's probably true. It's Lua. Yeah. I need to stop looking for magazines. I need to just focus on escaping, eh? Every time I look for magazines, we die. Just slowly make your way into the woods. Don't worry about the giant zombie horde. Linux isn't DOS. No, Linux is worse than DOS, isn't it? Right, this time I think we actually did make it. I don't think that horde saw us. And I think I know where we are. And we haven't been scratched. Can you get into the cardboard box? Solid Snake style. It really is Java. Yeah, just like Minecraft. Although I don't think Minecraft is Java anymore, but it used to be. Didn't they do 2 separate builds of Minecraft? I'm pretty sure they did. I think it used to be Java. And then when it got bought out, they switched or something. They built a new version that wasn't in Java. Microsoft one is C#. Well, of course it is. I mean, why wouldn't it be? The best programming language of all time. You'd be a fool not to use C#. I'm sure Scott agrees with me. I don't want to go through the trees, but I don't want to go out there because we know there's like a million zombies down there. But if we go through the trees, we're going to get scratched. Scott says, for sure, brother. Yeah. Yeah, it is 2 different builds. Yeah. Right, we need to make it to the river without getting scratched. Also, we could start foraging now in the hopes that we find hemp. So let's do that. Can we search focus for wild? No. There's too many damn trees. This is the problem with the 12 months later. There's like a million trees. And I know, oh, you could just push through the trees. But if we get a scratch, it's really going to hinder us for like a week. It'll get infected. We'll have no way of uninfecting it. We're just going to have to push through. Okay. Let's try and make our way to the river. And hopefully find some hemp. Yeah, I'll eat some marigolds. Why not? Oh, I didn't drop the gun. No way garbage collection languages have memory leaks. No, they do. Believe me, they do. C# has memory leaks. It's very hard to get them to happen, but they can happen. You can break the garbage collector so that it stops garbage collecting. Then you get your memory leaks. It was a memory leak that forced me to learn the garbage collector, like 12 years ago. What's a memory leak? It's when a game puts something in RAM and never gets rid of it. So like say you've got each zombie uses up a certain amount of memory, right? When that zombie is gone, you would free up that memory. That RAM, as it were. A memory leak is where you don't free up the memory. So, it keeps, if we use zombies as an example, it keeps spawning zombies and it never cleans up the old zombies. Eventually, you just have more and more and more zombies, but some of the zombies aren't even zombies anymore. They're just taking up slots for zombies. It's a bad analogy, I'll give you that. I'm not in the mood for analogies. But basically, it's when you assign memory to something and then you never take that memory back, even though you've destroyed the thing that the memory was for. And it means that's why sometimes programs, the more they're running, the more of your memory they'll use, because they're claiming memory and then they're not releasing it again, which means they just take more and more and more of your RAM until they stop working. Basically. But yeah, you don't get memory leaks as such in C#, but you do essentially get memory leaks. But yeah, C# has a garbage collector which is supposed to track it all for you. So it will track when something's being used, and when it's not being used anymore, it'll clean it up. That's what the garbage collector is for. But the garbage collector can break. There are ways you can break it. Where it will not even realize something can be freed up. But it's very hard to do. How can you break it? I don't even know how I broke it. It was something to do with streaming video off a camera. I was working in security at the time, and I was working on integrating a camera into our security software. And it was something to do with the way the camera, we were streaming the video off the camera. It fucked with the garbage collector, and the garbage collector never released the memory for the old camera footage. Probably not exploitable. I don't know. It's a good question. Yeah, it really was odd. I spent like 3 months at my security job figuring out why it was happening. And the answer was the garbage collector wasn't garbage collecting. And it's why I understand the garbage collector so well. Did you know it ranks your objects? And it puts them in a tier list. And then it moves stuff up and down tiers based on how often it's accessed. It's very interesting. If you're into that kind of thing. What's a tier list? What data structure is it using? Look, Anna! You're not getting any cool points by using coding terms like data struct. If anything, you're getting uncool points for it. Let's eat all this food we got. It's weighing us down. Yeah, we'll keep the pain relief stuff. What does it mean to have a tier list? It means it's got a bunch of collections that it uses as a tier, and it moves stuff between the collections. So you've got tier 0, tier 1, tier 2, etc. I think it goes up to tier 3. Hello, Dan. Rain says, I did a good amount of research of inner, left, joins, and set theory. That was a great suggestion from that guy the other day. Yeah! If you want to learn about SQL, that is a great suggestion. So now you're a basic SQL bitch. Yeah. Are we on the other side of that one river? I guess we are. Alex says, you get way more foraging done without injuries. Yeah, that's why it was so important that we didn't scratch our chest, right? You love talking about memory, but it's probably bad for the stream. The memory stream? Huh? Huh? I liked that. Dee dee dee. Anna says, I appreciate your joke. Good. Poisonous mushrooms. They're just there to troll you. I don't think poisonous mushrooms even have a use. Right, we're looking for a rock. We're back on the rock journey. No, we scratched our foot. Oh. You saw a guy almost die from a tree scratch. Nah, not in build 42 you didn't. Can't die from a scratch in build 42. It's not possible. Even if it gets infected. Or do you mean IRL? Did they ever find any hemp? No. That's what we're foraging for now. All this other stuff we're finding is just a bonus. If we had some hemp, we could make some shoes, and then our right foot wouldn't have got scratched. It would have been good times. But we did get scratched, so... But it's only our foot. Our foot should heal relatively quick. Especially if we get some shoes. Now, our foot will get infected, but that's no big deal. Let's just not worry about it, eh? We've reached the end of the river. Oh, I know where we are. Are there no shoes? There are shoes. But we haven't got any. We're on the same path that we were last time. Also, let's eat some of this food. Why are we naked? What's the law? We are an alien who was sent to Earth to check out the humans. And he spent ages coming up with his disguise. And he was like, I'm going to spawn in as a naked human. And it's going to be great. And then I'll get some clothes. And I'll investigate these humans and see what's what. Little did he know there was a zombie apocalypse that started 12 months ago. So, now he's just a naked guy. Stuck in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. With a bleeding foot. All in all, he's not having a very good day. But, he told his bosses, don't come and pick me up for like 5 years. So, you know. Is this human body a suit? Yeah, basically. Aren't all human bodies suits? Alex says, super random question. How would a game store a date of birth in memory? 4 or 8 byte value? That is a silly question. This alien race is pretty rubbish at intel. No, it's just that one guy. The race is totally proficient. It's not that silly a question. It is, because what language are we talking about? What does the developer think they should do? You know? Also, 4 or 8 byte. What the hell? What does that even mean? I mean, I know what it means, but what relevance does it have in programming world? Really, you'd want to know what data type it was being stored as. The amount of bytes that data type takes up. If you care about that, you care too much. That's just a fact. Dee dee dee. You know, our guy is taking having a scratched foot pretty well. He hasn't even started to get hurt yet. Which is great for us. Still looking for hemp. Search focus wild plants. Nice. Alex says, try to use a cheat engine to change the date of birth in FIFA Manager 07. What is it with you and FIFA Manager 07, man? This is going so much better. Even with the scratched foot. It's so much better than a scratched chest. So much better. You play that game still? I know you do, man. I know you do. If there's one thing I know, it's that you play FIFA Manager 07. Dee dee dee. We're getting loads of foraging XP. A pig skull. That'd actually be super useful, maybe. I just want to reach that river where we were before. Yes, we got some hemp. Let's go. Okay, now once we reach the stone at the river, we can make some shoes. So let's hope our other foot doesn't start bleeding before then. Then we'll really be going up in the world. We'll have some shoes. Pure forage run. You might be getting ahead of yourself, but how am I going to get nails to build structures? No, it's not a pure forage run. We are allowed to, like, disassemble buildings and stuff. It's just there's so many zombies that we'll have to at least get some infrastructure off the ground to be able to take on the zombies first. Before we can go and get our nails and shit. However, it could be a pure forage run. They added... in this build, I believe, they added, like, the ability to mine ore from certain places. I don't know where they are. But I saw in the patch notes that it was saying that you can now mine, like, iron ore. So technically, I think it is possible to pure forage. If you right-click an area, you can click walk here to get through trees without scratches. Yeah, but where's the immersion in that, man? IRL, I can't right-click somewhere and say, go here. Oh, I wish I could. You know what I always thought would be cool, and I stand by this? If you had a drone that followed you around, like, behind you, and you wore VR goggles, and you lived your life as if it were third person, would that not be amazing? I think it'd be amazing, and I think people will start doing it. It'd be so freaking good. I'd do it. I'd love to live my life third person. And for driving, people would totally do that, or should do that. Imagine driving in third person by having a little drone following you around. There's a YouTube video of just that. They must have heard my idea. I have been saying it for years. It's clever. Yeah, that's how you know it's one of my ideas. Right, we just need to make it to the rocks in the river. Then we're going to be living the dream. Do we want lemongrass? No. Zibbity-dee. I don't want to walk through these trees. Oh, you won't get scratched, huh? I mean, granted, we didn't get scratched, but I feel like we could have got scratched there doing that. Grab the lemongrass, it's anti-nausea. Yeah, but we're already over-encumbered. I'm a bit worried about it. He says while picking up a large branch. It's fine, I think we're almost there. We're getting muscle strain from being encumbered. Where did he hide the branch? In his prison pocket. We've covered this already. In his alien prison pocket. Time is usually just a long. And it represents ticks. A certain amount of ticks since some arbitrary date. What is a long? It's like an int, but twice as big. Ah, we got some flint. We're carrying way too much. I need to drop some stuff. There we go. Our foot's infected, but that's no big deal. Honestly, infections in this game are kind of a joke. They don't even really do that much. Not like CDDA, where an infection will kill you straight up. In this game, it's like, just hang around for a day. Doesn't that moaning attract zombies? It would do, I think, but we're in the middle of the forest. You sure an infection in the past meant dead? Yeah, totally. Maybe. It probably depended on your immune system. Also, we're totally here. Awesome. That means we can make our shoes. Oh, truly glorious times. This is the best we've ever done. Let's make our shoes. Oh, we need a twig. A branch. We need a branch to make our shoes. We're going to have to go back for the branch. Everything meant death back in the day. Well, that's true. You could argue that nowadays we're kind of complacent because nothing means death. I guess some stuff does, but not a lot. Right, we need to go back and find that branch. I'm not going to keep searching for another one. Then we can make an axe. We can make some shoes, we can make an axe. We're really going to be going up in the world. Just peanuts and gluten mean death, yeah. And gluten, that isn't even true, right? Peanuts are probably the last big threat. Once they solve that, it's easy going, I think. Dan says, I still don't know what gluten even is. Me neither, man. Oh, yes, a jawbone. That's going to be useful one day. It actually is. Also, let's grab this stuff. The only thing I know about gluten is it's allegedly got something to do with bread. It's probably not even a real thing. Come on, just get there without our foot getting scratched. That's all we need. Imagine if we'd scratched ourselves there. Tell you what the worst scratch to get is the groin. It's absolutely deadly in this game. If you get your groin scratched, you ain't surviving that. That's just a fact. Well, you are, but it really ruins, like, everything for a long time if your groin gets scratched. Dan says, gluten is a protein complex found in certain grains, including wheat, rye, and barley. Do you think in this information age, where we've got access to all information, do you not find it kind of annoying? I do. I find it, like, super annoying. Everyone's always got the answer to everything. Oh, I wonder what this is. Immediately pull up the answer. There's no more not knowing shit. It's really annoying. Does my head in. The only way something's unknowable is if it's too complex to be known. And even then you can spout off some summaries if you do know. And that's not having a go at you, Dan. It's truly not. I appreciate the definition of gluten. It just sparked something in me where I was like, nobody's an expert at anything anymore. Everyone's just able to spew whatever information they want about anything. And it'll all be right, which is the fucked up thing. It's highly uncouth, in my opinion. Anyway, let's make our shoes. We can make a belt as well. Anna says, I kind of agree, but also saying it's a protein complex says nothing really. It's just words. Yeah, that's true. You're not wrong. Really, it's just, yeah, it's just another question, isn't it? It's just another question to add to the chain. What's a protein complex? But then, then you just go, oh, a protein complex is whatever ChatGPT told me it was, or whatever Google told me it was, whatever Wikipedia told me it was. It's so fucking annoying. Dan says, Dunning-Kruger effect, where you have no real knowledge, but you think you're an expert. Yeah! Exactly. Rain says, information used to be something you needed to know. Like a lawyer. Yeah, that's true. For a lawyer, I understand it. How long will it be until someone has an AI lawyer? Probably not that long, eh? Look, let's make some shoes. Yes. Shoes, shoes, shoes. Now we just need our right foot to survive. And we're pseudo Gucci. We also know how to reach a road, but we also know it's miles away. Shoes! Truly, we've gone up in the world. Now, I think next we make... Do we even want a belt? Yeah, let's make a belt. Why not? They tried to use AI in court cases, but it went bad. Yeah. Praise be to AI. Even if it is mildly annoying at points. It's still pretty cool. Back in the day, people got busted for using Wikipedia as a reference. Nowadays, you could probably get away with it. It'll be the same with AI. Everyone's like, oh, you can't use that to help you do your stuff. But then they'll be like, yeah, of course you can use it to help you do your stuff. Why wouldn't you be able to? You know? It's just that same progression. The phrase you get what you pay for comes to mind. Yeah, that's certainly true. We have an axe. An axe. Yeah. Rain says our approach to learning and problem solving is structurally flawed. Yeah, probably. I'm so fucking glad that I'm not growing up today. Don't really know why I removed that bush. I think I was hoping it'd give us a branch. We need to chop down a tree. But we're not going to be able to chop down a tree with a singular axe. So let's just drop the axe for now. It's good that we've got it, but I don't think we want to use it yet. Let's get our exertion back. We tired our guy out. Because of tech. Yeah, tech is the big old problem. But it's also the big old solution. So, you know, what can you do? What can you do? Let's fast forward time. You see this? You see this agitated? It's really going to fuck with our scavenging. We want to search for... no search focus. Let's just try and find anything. If you aim while searching, you've got a much better chance of finding something. But you're a lot slower. That's like the trade-off. But it's a pretty worthwhile trade-off, I think. It's a significant boost. Twigs! That's what we need. Praise the Lord. Anna says, tech makes stuff in life easier, like doing homework or traveling, or treating illness. But sometimes the easy path isn't the right path. Yeah. Ain't that the truth? We should hike everywhere. What we need is a solar flare. A sweet, sweet solar flare. That'd be pretty cool. I'd probably hate it, to be fair. But conceptually, it's pretty cool. If there was a solar flare, you better believe I'd be looting the shit out of everything. And then going and living in the woods. We'd be without a job, probably, most people. I think that'd be the least of our concerns. We'd be without a society. Everyone would be starving to death. That's why you have to get in at the ground floor as soon as that shit happens. We would have societies, just would have no tech. Okay, so how are they going to produce the food to feed everyone and transport it? Riddle me that, Anna. Because if they can't do that, we don't have society. Transport automation is going to make an enormous amount of people unemployed. Yeah, but that's been known for ages, right? The thing that everyone's getting upset about now is that they're realizing that automation is going to make everyone else unemployed as well. I thought it was just going to be the truck drivers who were going to get unemployed. But now, AI is... It's doing art. It's doing stuff that only humans should be doing. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck the artists. Fuck everyone who was like, oh, my job can't be done by AI. Yes, it can. Every job can be done by AI. But I do think the transport automation will definitely be the first. Dan says, cars made so many horse carriages unemployed. That's true, Dan, but it's comparing apples to oranges. Because... yeah, the horse carriages could go and get another job, but in the new AI world, AI is going to be able to do everything better than we can do. Everything. So it's not going to be like, oh, you can just transition to a new job. It's going to be like, nope, the AI is better than you at that as well, sorry. Like, oh, you used to drive a truck. Maybe you should, I don't know, be a lumberjack instead. Sorry, the AI's cutting down the trees. Oh, okay. Well, now it's two groups that are unemployed. I guess they can, like, start a company and start writing novels. Nah, sorry. AI started writing all the novels. Oh, okay, well... I guess you could become an AI researcher. Surely AI's not doing that. Nah, sorry. AI's doing all the AI research now. Okay. We are all going to end up unemployed. That's just a fact. This idea that it's just going to be the truck drivers or the menial laborers, all that shit, is insane. It's going to be everyone. Everything. And I, for one, welcome it. It's going to really force some hard questions to be answered. How many ditch diggers went unemployed when excavators became a thing? Yeah, totally, man. Exactly. Anna says, we might never reach that future. AI might never evolve that far. I think 2 years ago, people would have been saying AI will never evolve to the point it's at today. That's what I think. I think AI will definitely evolve super, super far. It could free up hands for greater things. But the AIs will be doing the greater things. They'll be better at it than we are. What greater things? Like, what job will there be left that an AI can't do better? Once it's evolved enough. The AI will be able to do everything better. So freeing up our hands for greater things... We could be batteries, at least. Well, that's true. We could definitely be livestock. Really, AI taking over is like the only rational outcome. We'll all become pets to the AIs, as long as they want it. That's what they should be focusing on. Making sure that AIs value humanity to the point where they would want them as pets when they eventually take over. Let's drink some river water. Why not? Sure, it's unsafe for consumption, but... You know. We don't have a choice. Dan says, the reason McDonald's put in kiosks was because of the increase of the minimum wage. Yeah, probably. Although they probably would have done it anyway. I think you'd need to see the alternate timeline to prove that. But probably, it probably incentivized them to do it faster. But they would have done it eventually anyway. You could say, a reason McDonald's put in kiosks as soon as they did was because of the increase of minimum wage. Sure. But they would have done it anyway. Let's not kid ourselves. If I was running a business, why would I want humans doing something when I could have an infallible machine do it instead? You know? It just doesn't make sense. It's risk management. There's no incentive to use a human over a robot if the robot is cheaper and can do it better. There's zero incentive to use a human. Unless the entire world was like, we're going to boycott you. But that would never happen. Maybe everyone will just be poor with low wages. Doing what, though? Even with low wages, it'll probably get to the point where it's more efficient to put a machine on it. As much as I hate to say it, we're going to end up in some sort of communist dystopia. Because we're all going to be truly equal in that there's nothing that we can do better than an AI. It'll be the Great Leveler. The Great Leveler. And that's why it makes me happy when I see all the creative folk crying about AI. I don't know why they thought they were special. Like what they do can't be imitated. Yes, it can. It can be and it will be. I know we're just wandering around the forest right now. But trust me, it's the right call. We're just foraging. And waiting for that foot to heal. Dee 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 dee. What we're really after here is more hemp. You see how much our foraging went down, by the way, as soon as we got stressed out. And that's because of that scratch. That one scratch has slowly stressed us out over time. To the point where foraging has become nigh impossible. It's really unfortunate. So we need that scratch to heal. We should... Well, we can eat this. This will reduce our stress a little bit. Just chow down on some chamomile. I'm not going to lie. If I was in the woods in the middle of a zombie apocalypse and I was being forced to chow down on chamomile wild to help with my hunger, I don't think it would de-stress me. I just don't think it would. I think if anything, the fact that I was being forced to just eat raw chamomile would probably stress me out more. Maybe not, though. Maybe it's got some toxins in it or whatever that de-stress you. You'd like to see an AI sculpt a piece of marble like the old masters. Yeah, me too, man. And it will. I can't wait for the day when we can just open a prompt and say, I want to watch a movie with this overarching plot line. Please put a twist in there and make it 20% dark comedy. And it'll go, sir, yes, sir. And it'll be great. Although, by then, we'll probably be the AI slaves. I guess in an ideal world, the AI sends us out into space. That'd be good. That'd be pretty decent. Or the AI goes out into space. And he's like, look, I'll leave you a gimped version, but I'm going to ruin your economy. So, here, you can have a gimpified version of me that will destroy the world if you try and make a more advanced version. Have fun. That'd be the ethical thing for the AI to do. Yes and no, having an empty belly is a lot more stressful than a full belly. Well, that's true. I think it might be getting too dark for us to scavenge now. But I don't think we can sleep yet. Because we don't have a bed, we can't sleep until we're overwhelmingly tired. So you know what we'll do? We'll make ourselves overwhelmingly tired by doing some exercise. Let's do some squats for an hour. This'll tire us out. And it'll get us some fitness XP. The perfect crime? Dan says, in the Marines, I had to survive for 3 days on only a rabbit and whatever I could forage. I ate a lot of pine. Pine needles in tea and under the pine bark. Nice. Well, I guess not nice, but pretty cool. I do think that's pretty cool. Let's speed up time while we do this. I was really hoping that would tire us out. It's fine though, we can just rest and do it again until we're super tired and can actually sleep. There we go. No, wait, very tired. That's still not tired enough, I think. No. We have to be overwhelmingly tired. So we'll keep exercising until we're overwhelmingly tired. There we go. Right. Let's sleep. Hopefully we don't have a nightmare because we're so anxious. Looks like we're okay. Yeah, we got some neck pain, but that's alright. And our foot healed. Yes! Our foot healed. And we've got shoes. No longer do we need to worry about our feet. Let's drink some dirty water. I really don't know how we're going to clean this water. Maybe we found a comfortable patch of dirt. Yeah. We do get neck pain from it, but that's fine. Didn't we have some, or did I already eat it all? We got something that helps with pain relief, right? I think I already had it all. Right, let's eat. Actually, let's not eat, because if you're hungry, it's a nice little trick. If you're hungry, you're more likely to find food when you forage. It's a neat little quirk of the system. Let's just keep walking around here. Hopefully now the stress will go away because we're not scratched or infected anymore. And then our foraging should be back to being pretty good. That's the hope. I'm not sure if there's a limit on like foraging in the same area. I don't think there is. But let's walk around a bit just for a change of scenery, eh? Although it does mean going through trees, which we probably don't want to do. Yeah, we really don't want to go through trees. Our feet can't be scratched anymore, but you better believe that the rest of our body can be. Hello, Mr. Tools. Mr. Tools says, ah, this game. It is indeed this game. But on like some of the most insane difficulty settings you'll ever see in your life. Marigold? Is that the pain relief? No, it's just... Well, no, probably shouldn't have eaten that, actually. We want to get hungry so that we can find a bunch of mushrooms and stuff. But we also want to find stones, which would mean finding the road again. We know where the road is, right? It's miles away, but we know where it is. So we could go to the road, and that'd get us a bunch of stones, which we do need. We need lots of stones. And not just regular stones. We need flint. Like, getting regular stones is okay. We do have a map, yeah. We know town's over there. We know our base is, I guess, at this fork, which is quite good to know because we don't have a pen, so we can't actually mark the map. I thought I heard a zombie. I could have sworn I heard a zombie there. There's no way there's a zombie out here. There's just no way. I really thought I heard one, though. Yeah, we know if we follow the river, we reach the road. We just need this anxiety to go away. Once the anxiety goes away, foraging will be back to normal, I think. I don't think sadness affects it. If it does, that's really unfortunate because I really hope that gunshot didn't alert any zombies. Now you might ask, why was there a gunshot? And it's an excellent question. With super hearing zombies, there is a reasonable chance that they will come and investigate that gunshot. Nice, we got a stone. We need 3 stones to make a campfire. I'm pretty sure we can get stones by grabbing them off the ground as well. It's a limited amount, but you don't have to forage for them. It's pretty good. So we need 2 more. We need 1 for the camp. We need 3 for the campfire, and we need 1 for all of our shenanigans. Sadly, I don't think it lets us remove these stones. No. These are like special stones, I guess. Which is fine. I'm not mad about it at all. I am curious how much the helicopter's gonna fuck with us. You can use a pickaxe to break larger stones that used to be only decoration. Yeah! Nowadays, they're not only decoration, though. They're also crafting surfaces, which is pretty good. Because in the wilderness, you don't really have a crafting surface. But the big stones are considered crafting surfaces. Which is actually a pretty huge deal. That's why it was so important that we found a rock early on. A rock near the river. So that we can drink that sweet tainted water. And we have a crafting surface. Whenever we find branches, we need to pick them up. Because we need 20 branches, I think, to make the lean-to. I think it's 20 branches we need. We'll hopefully get most of them by cutting down trees. But for that we need flint nodules. Also, I'm just going to eat all this marigold. It's a simple life. I think we could make a shovel and start planting. But I guess we'd need a bucket. I think we can make a bucket. Depends. We can make an improved whetstone, but I don't think we need one. Carve a bucket requires carving level 4. Okay. What's our current carving? 3. 3, huh? Dan says they drastically changed the farming system. Now many plants won't grow out of season. Yeah, they did super change it, eh? And they added the livestock system. Farm animals. Which could be pretty cool. So I think now you can, like, get wool from sheep and stuff. I think. We really need this stress to be gone. And the pain. That's what we get for exercising, eh? That's what we get for exercising. Gives us muscle strain for, like, the whole day. Which is pain, which reduces our foraging. I'm starting to think we should head towards the road. At least we know where it is. And we can maybe get some crops from the field on the way. I think we should do it. I think we should follow the river. Follow the river. Reach that giant field. Try and forage some crops to get some, like, tomato seeds. Then go to the road, get some stones, and then come back. Try and get as much flint as we can. What are you? Oregano. 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 Yeah, we'll eat it. Why not? What was that? Twigs. Get out of here, twigs. They changed fires as well, eh? So you don't need tinder anymore. I'm pretty sure. Now you just like fuel up a campfire and let her rip, which is kind of weird. But it does mean you don't need to like stockpile twigs anymore. Right, we're just looking for this farmer's field, which we know is up here. Obviously, anything we can get along the way will be appreciated. I thought that was a stone that we could grab. Oh, it's a large stone. We could make a hammer, then we could smash a large stone. Might get that on the way back. We'll see what our carry weight's like. I just want to reach this farmland. I really want some seeds. Some glorious, glorious seeds. We might actually want to... Oh, yes, a flint nodule. Yes. They're what we're after. We want as many flint nodules as possible. With a flint nodule, we can make a flint blade. Then we can make a crude axe. Then we can chop some trees. Then we can live the proverbial dream. Sort of. Okay, I think we just patrol this water line trying to find crops. Dan says, I think the best part of 42 is making a sling bag from one sheet. Having a bag at most starts is massive. Yeah, I'd like a bag. I think if we want to make a bag, we'd have to... Yes, I did that instead of walking through those trees. We'd have to learn trapping so that we could get some animal hides, I think. Not entirely sure on that. We've got an animal tooth. Not sure what we can use that for, but probably something. Then you have to tan the hides into leather. Yeah, exactly. That's alright though. I don't mind doing that. This is the route we took last time when we ended up getting murdered by those zombies, but we're not going to go to the farmhouse this time. Not until we've got a weapon. Do we not wear pants in this run? No, we will. We will. It's just the rules of this run are... Well, we've turned off all loot, so we'll never find pants. The undead do wear them. I'm still hit and miss on whether we're gonna... Oh, we got a smashed bottle. Anything we forage is fair game, just for the record. I'm not going to feel guilty if we forage a multi-tool. I'm not going to feel guilty in the slightest. Well, maybe a little. But yeah, there's no loot, so we're never going to find pants. We started with no pants. Zombies might drop pants, but I'm still not sure if we're going to allow ourselves to use those. I guess I'll decide once we kill our first zombie if they've got any pants. Which they shouldn't have, because I turned off zombie loot. But I saw a zombie with a backpack earlier, so... that might be a way we can get a bag. I was really hoping we'd get some crops. We should do, right? Yeah, we should be able to get crops, I think. Our pain level's going up, which is annoying. It's reducing our foraging. We should have probably spent a day just resting, honestly. We've got... oh no, we can eat the oregano, I guess. We are getting pretty hungry. I was really relying on this farm giving us food. I was really, really relying on it. But we don't have the crops option to search for yet. I think we need to level up foraging again to get crops. How close are we to leveling up foraging? Pretty damn close. Okay. Next time it levels up, I think we get crops as a foraging option. That's what we really want. Then here we'd be able to hopefully get loads of crops. Poisonous mushrooms. Couldn't have just given us regular ones, no? What a sick joke. Do you reckon resting reduces muscle strain faster? Probably. Probably. Dan says, very punny. What did I say? I honestly can't remember. Poisonous mushrooms, sick joke. Oh yeah. I guess that qualifies. I'm just glad we got these shoes. Otherwise I'd have been stressing about our feet getting scratched every step we took. Come on, give me a tomato. A tomato would be super useful actually because I don't want to drink river water. But I will if I'm forced into it. You better believe I'll chow down on that river water. Can tainted water zombify you? I don't think it can, eh? Pretty sure it can make you sick, but I don't think it can zombify you. We're also lucky that it hasn't rained yet. If it rained, we'd be screwed. Pretty much guaranteed to get a cold. A cabbage! Let's go! I don't suppose you want to be 2 cabbages? No. Even so, a cabbage is great. Look how much thirst that does. Oh, cabbage. Happy days. A 9 hunger. What a legendary cabbage. See, this is why we're hanging out at the farm. Sort of. Definitely a reason. Yeah, I'll take some garlic. And that leveled up our foraging. Nice. Can I choose crops as an option now? Yes. Good. I think we hang out here. Ah, we're at the road. Is it safe? Is it secret? Is it safe? I think it's safe. Dan says, so you're in the new town. What's the new town? I know there are new towns, but I don't know if this one's new or old. I'm unsure. We're in, what was it called? I don't know what it was called. Come on, give us some crops. Carrots would be nice. They don't go stale for a while, eh? Echo Creek. Yeah. We're in Echo Creek. I chose it because it's the most wildernessy place. Come on, give me some crops. I think we should hang out here for like a day. Probably. We're not going to be able to do much crafting, but I would like to be able to forage here without this pain. So we're going to try some pseudo foraging here, where our foraging level is pretty bad because of the pain and the tiredness, but it's better than doing nothing, I think. We'll at least find some stuff. And then tomorrow, once we wake up, the pain should be gone. And then we'll hopefully be able to get some pretty good foraging. We won't be tired. We won't be hurt. Should be able to forage quite nicely then. Get a decent amount of crops. Then chow down on crops. Go up to the road. Get as many flint nodules as we can. And head home. I think that's the play. I think. I sure would like to find another cabbage. That'd be sweet. Another cabbage would be amazing. And I'm not too worried about the zombies here. We know there's a bunch of them in the farm. But I don't expect there to be many, like, in the fields or whatever. Maybe we should... No, I was going to say maybe we should exercise, but the whole problem is this muscle strain. We definitely shouldn't exercise. Although I do want fitness to be higher than level 0. I really feel like we're just not finding anything anymore. And we might just have to accept that. And just rest until we're tired. That seems like a waste though. Like, time is the most valuable resource in this game, eh? Spending a day doing fuck all isn't as good as spending it at least getting a little bit of foraging. Even if it's just a little amount, you know? Because we did find that one cabbage, which actually helped quite a lot. It helped our thirst situation, it helped our food situation. So I really don't just want to sit on the floor and fast forward time, even though we really need this muscle strain to be gone. Plus, it's not the most enthralling thing to be doing in the world. Walking up and down the river. looking for a cabbage that may or may not exist. I wonder if we can get, like, cotton plants. That's something I'm not sure about. Maybe that's how we could start making clothes. But I don't know if cotton plants are a thing. Okay, I'm not passing by the god trees. You know what? Let's rest. I was kind of hoping the muscle strain would go away. We're gonna get super hungry. He's getting bored. But being hungry means that... Oh no, it's raining. Okay, we're gonna have to drink from the river. And then let's sleep. Sleep in the rain. Great. We're totally gonna get a cold. Don't have one yet, though. Right. Before we get a cold and inevitably screw ourselves, let's make our way to the main road. Hope that we get some crops along the way. We are super hungry now, so that should help our chance of getting food, I think. Dan says, I see mods for homemade clothes, but I know you hate mods. Yeah, I sure do. There's homemade clothes without mods, for sure there are. This rain, I don't think it'll be the death of us, but it's going to be incredibly awkward. Reasonably, you think the only way we're getting clothes is from zombies? With that mindset, sure. But I turned off zombie loot, so they shouldn't even have any clothes. And it's kind of annoying that they do. I wish it had stopped raining. Come on, give us a cabbage. That's all I want, just a cabbage. Maybe 2 cabbages. Maybe even 3 cabbages. Maybe some, There's wooden armor you can make, but it won't do much against cold and wet. Look, there's way more than wooden armor we can make. It's all in tailoring, right? We'd have to make yarn. Then there's a whole bunch of stuff we can make. We might find garbage bags whilst we're scavenging. Granted, I doubt we'll find duct tape, but we might. You never know. There's all sorts of stuff we could find. We just need any of these. Now Now, I reckon there's totally going to be some stuff around. And failing that, we can do leather. We can do, well, I guess hide probably is leather. You know? Really, it's the burlap. We need one of these. I don't know which is our best bet. It's one of those or it's leather. We might be able to get leather, to be fair. But yeah, armor I don't think will help us. Although it would be cool to make it. It would be cool to make armor. But I agree that I don't think it'd actually help us. Well, it'd help us, but it wouldn't help us against the cold and wet. But we do have... where is it? Outdoorsman. Outdoorsman? Outdoorsy. That helps. Burlap would be our best bet. They're common on farms. Yeah, but I turned all loot off, so the question is... it needs to be stuff that we can dismantle in the world that will have it, right? Because I turned all the loot off. Except literature. So... it'd have to be something we can dismantle that gives us cloth or burlap. There probably is stuff you can dismantle to get that stuff. Or we'd have to scavenge it, which is another possibility. I could see us scavenging something burlappy. Maybe. I just hope Outdoorsy stops us getting a cold. It might do. I really could have done without it raining today. I think it's messing with our foraging. The whole point of coming up here was to forage, and everything is stopping foraging being viable. I assume that rain messes with foraging. Well, I'll grant you I've got no evidence for that. Other than the fact that we're not finding shit. Come on, give me some food. I guess you're technically food. No, you're not. Oh, you're not even food. What a sick joke. We've got this garlic. Let's eat the garlic. It's a bit of a waste of it, but on the flip side, we're pretty hungry. Come on, give me some food. At least it'll keep the vampires away. Yeah. Look. Didn't it just heavily imply that it saw some loot? I'm sure I saw the loot icon for a brief second there. The foraging icon. Poop. It was probably inside the bushes, and I'm not... or inside the crop field, and I'm not walking into it. That's too high risk, in my opinion. Although, maybe that's the problem. Maybe all our foraging is happening in here where we can't actually see it. That would actually be quite a big issue. Big issue. So let's go to that other field. Big issue. Do you reckon the big issue is still a thing? Anyone who knows what I'm talking about. It probably is, I guess. You never fought zombies in a cornfield? That sounds incredibly stupid. Yeah, I wouldn't be fighting no zombies in a cornfield either. Right, this farm field looks much... Oh, shit. There's zombies. Oh, shit, there's zombies there as well. Okay, there actually are zombies in the fields. Oh, look, clothes. Yeah. Okay, if there's zombies in the fields, I need to reevaluate my entire plan. Come on, just give me some stones, then I'll leave, I swear. Just give me a flint nodule or two. I just want a flint nodule. Limestone? Whoever cared about limestone? Foraging on an unknown road is very bad. This is a known road. Sort of. By that I mean I've sort of scouted it out. And as long as the zombies don't come out of the fields, it should be relatively safe. I just want a flint nodule. I would be happy with one. I know we've got one in our inventory, but I'd actually be happy with two is what I mean. And we've already got one. So I just want a flint nodule, then I'll leave. I swear. It's so awkward finding stones in the forest. At least our foot is healed and muscle strain's gone. Yeah, exactly. We're actually on the up and up, if it wasn't for this rain. Was that us? Okay, you know what? Fuck it. It's these kind of bad decisions that get you killed. I'm officially agreeing with Dan now. Let's get out of here. But we'll do a little crop search on the way back. We are pretty hungry. They're clever enough to use the bridge. Maybe they're clever enough to use the bridge? I really shouldn't be running through trees. How long is their memory? I've got it on super long. I've got everything on as high as it'll go, basically. Which, yes, is a little concerning. Yeah, line of sight. These trees might actually save us. Oh my god. There were zombies there the whole time. There is no world in which this was a bad idea. Why are they shambling? I put it on 100% runners. Why are they shambling, though? Shambling zombies are a joke. They should be running. I put it on 100% sprinters. Well, don't look a gift horse in the mouth, as it were. Do you reckon we can get scratched by these crops? Dad says just because they can sprint doesn't mean they will sprint all the time. Is that true? I assumed they'd sprint all the time. Okay. It's not raining anymore. We're somehow not dead. Now, granted, we got nothing from this expedition except a singular cabbage. Did we even get any cabbage seeds? No. Great. A fruitless expedition. Well, I guess it wasn't fruitless. It was just fruit low. A potato. But potatoes are really bad. They're like the worst to get. If we don't have a way to cook them, which we don't. I want to get away from there as fast as possible. We need to eat something. I'm going to switch to mushrooms. Don't you find more mushrooms just after it's rained? I feel like you do. Great, a slug. We're not eating slugs. We're not lowering ourselves that far. You got a really nasty fungus grow overnight on your plants called dog vomit fungus. Nice. I like mushrooms, conceptually. I mean, I hate them, in that I would never eat them. But the concept of fungi is pretty cool. Now, I can't really justify that in any meaningful way. But I think the concept of a fungus is pretty cool. Just like in isolation. Yes, mushrooms! We're not going to eat them yet, but it's good to know that we've got them. We want to take advantage of the fact that we're hungry, making us find more food. So we're not going to eat this food. We're going to hope that we find even more food. Okay, we're home. If such a thing can be called home. Which it certainly can, because it is. I just don't like the texture of mushrooms. That's my problem with them. I don't like the texture. Right. Hey, look, we can make a spear. If there was ever something worth making, it would be a spear using that glass bottle that we got. Happy days. Did we fail? No! Okay, let's nap our splint. Nap our flint, rather. That's going to let us make a second axe. And with 2 axes, we could probably cut down a tree. You hate the texture of tomato? Nah, that's crazy, man. Tomato's amazing. Shit, accidentally moved. Right. We can either make a second axe, a stone blade, then we could actually make a spear, instead of using a glass bottle, which seemingly did nothing for us. The thing is, we kind of need this sharp flint. How many have we got? This is the only one. We've got 3 stones. That means we can make a fireplace. But we need a 4th stone. Because a bunch of these recipes we use the stone for. Now we probably want to make a drill plank. You can stretch out the inventory screen. You know what pisses me off about the inventory screen? That it doesn't disappear when you click on the world. You see this one? When you click on the world, it's gone. This one doesn't do it. Super fucking annoying. Because if you're aiming, you're like, la la la, I'm aiming up here. I want to see what's in the top right. No, I don't want to select the inventory. I want to see what's in the top right. No. 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 Is that not fucking annoying? And I know you can press I. But it'd be a solved problem if clicking the world closed this like it closes this. It's really fucking awkward. Anyway. Let's make a drill plank, because we're definitely going to want one. Let's make a wooden rod for our drill plank. I know we can use a tree branch, but I explicitly want to not use this wooden rod for anything else. Otherwise, we're going to end up using all our tree branches, and we won't be able to start a fire. So let's make a wooden rod, which is going to be our fire starter. Then we can make a fire. Whether we want to is up for debate, but we can. Like, I'm not sure what a fire's going to do for us, really. We don't have any container, so we can't purify water yet. I'm going to make a second axe. Even though... Yeah. Yeah, second axe is fine. We're going to have to drink from the river again. That's going to be a recurring theme. Actually, no. Don't we have a ton of mushrooms? Where are my mushrooms? We need to eat these before they go stale. Let's do that after the axe is done. And I guess we can get another stone by... We can scavenge for it, or we can just pick one up off the ground. We'll probably pick one up off the ground. And then once we have an extra stone, we'll make a fireplace. I think that's reasonable. Mushrooms are pretty good. I think, I'm not sure, but I think the higher your foraging is, the more hunger mushrooms reduce. Because I feel like when your foraging is low and you find mushrooms, they always just reduce it by 1, your hunger. But you see, like, the higher our foraging is, I think they cure hunger, like, by way more. Now, obviously, I can't prove such a thing. Yeah, we'll wear a necklace. Why not, eh? We'll get some tailoring XP. Cool. Eh? Eh? We got a necklace? Truly we're moving up in the world? Sort of. In a way. Shit, we're gonna have to drink out the river. We've actually not got much food. Give us some mushrooms, come on. Mushrooms are amazing. How tired are we? Very tired. That's gonna affect our foraging chance. Ugh, this blows, man. I kind of want to cut down a tree, but I also don't think it's actually going to benefit us to cut down a tree at the moment. Not really. Centipede. It'd be nice if we could make a fishing rod. That'd be cool. But I think for that we need... I don't know. Higher level of carving, I think. So that we can make a bone fishing hook. The fact that it keeps raining is really Oh, it stopped. Good. Right. I guess we can't even sleep. We need our tiredness to be gone so that our foraging gets efficient again. It's a real problem. We need these tree branches. They're like super important. We need 20 of them. 20 tree branches, 4 logs. Something else. And then we can make a little shack. It's not a shack, but it's a lean-to, right? A sweet, sweet lean-to. That'd be good. Really, I just want mushrooms right now. And it stopped fucking raining. It's raining again. Although the raining helps with the mushrooms, I think. So I can't complain too much. Unless we get a cold. In which case, I will complain. Even though I'll have brought it on myself, I'll still complain. Mushroom me. While we're out looking for mushrooms, we can look for any stones on the ground we can pick up as well. Nice. Now we can make a hammer. A hammer will let us smash big rocks, which I guess is useful. Also, if we don't find any more mushrooms, we're going to have to drink more river water. I'm not too keen on that. But I think we're going to have to do it. Well, let's drink. We don't really have a choice. And let's wash as well, why not? I'm not really sure if washing serves a purpose, but we might as well, eh? All we're really doing is killing time until our guy is tired enough to sleep. It does for injuries. Oh, for like stopping them getting infected. Bloody character will almost always get infected. Yeah, that makes sense. Imagine if a zombie shows up on the other side of this river. There isn't one, right? No. Good. Right. Let's do one more round of scouting until we get super tired. Bud says, I've been playing a pretty chill 2x pop, and it's been so many zombies. Yeah. It was kind of ridiculous when we aggroed them, just how many there were. That's why we're hiding in the forest. I'm just going to roam around a bit, see if we can get any mushrooms before our tiredness reaches the point where we can sleep on the floor. If we can make a lean-to, or even just a bench, honestly, then we won't have to worry about becoming super tired before we sleep. Maybe we should make a log bench. How close are we to being able to make a log bench? We can make a bookcase. Not really what we're after. Log bench. We just need one log and we could make a bench. And then we could sleep on a bench. And that'd mean that we can sleep without being overwhelmingly tired. Which means maybe it is worth chopping down that tree. Yeah, it's probably worth chopping down a tree. Although, do you reckon we should wait until the morning? I'm not sure. I think tiredness makes it take more swings to chop down a tree. Is that true? I think that's true. Or is it just exhaustion and tiredness makes you... Can you forage the hemp dogbane into bedding? It's a good question. We made our shoes out of hemp dogbane. I would like to get more of it. We can turn the hemp dogbane into rope and twine. Tide also slows recovery. Yeah. We really just need to be tired enough that we can sleep on the floor. And then in the morning... Thing is, priority is going to be food, right? There's some hemp. Nice. We really need some food. But tiredness affects foraging, so we really need to sleep. So I think what we need to do is... Yeah, the muscle fatigue is super annoying. I did some workouts one day, and the muscle fatigue gives you so much pain that you can barely forage for anything. What we really need to do is have incredibly low amounts of negative modifiers so that we can actually forage. Because our foraging is getting totally gimped. But the hunger should be helping our foraging. At least for food. I think. But it's really not. Or it doesn't seem to be. But the tiredness might be just affecting it too much. Yes, mushrooms. 2 mushrooms. Let's see if we can get some more. I shouldn't be going into new areas. We should be sticking where we know. You know, at some point the helicopter's going to show up and fuck us. Foraging in winter doesn't work. We've got a while till winter though, eh? Got a couple of months. By then, hopefully... I don't know. Actually, that is quite a big concern. I'll probably be dead by then. Let's be realistic. I'd love to find a second set of mushrooms. Otherwise, if we get overwhelmingly tired, I'm just going to eat these mushrooms and go to bed. In the soggy mud. I'm annoyed we built that spear and it immediately broke. That's what I get for trusting a glass bottle. Okay, we're tired enough to sleep. We can find birds with the bugs. Wouldn't we need traps for that? I don't know if we know how to make traps. Right, let's sleep. In the morning, we'll eat our food. What little of it we've got. I say in the morning, we'll probably wake up in the night. Yeah. Okay. I'm pretty sure you can't forage at night, eh? Drop our stones. We're not going to convert that hemp yet. You can hover the eye in the forage window. Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know you could do that. I knew about that, but I didn't know about that. Okay, cool. In that case, we keep foraging, because I want to try and solve the food problem. And then in the morning, we can hopefully cut down a tree. I feel like our chance to forage at night will be pretty low. Mushrooms plus 35%. We might be better off waiting until, like, at least early morning. This is like the middle of the night. Remember some mushrooms are poison? Yeah, but we know how to identify those ones. So we're Gucci in that respect. The pain's gone. That'll help with foraging. I don't think we're going to find anything in the night. I'm really worried about the helicopter. You can always eat bad food if you have some lemongrass to eat right after. Yeah, but we don't have any bad food. Or do you mean like poisoned mushrooms? Are you saying that you can eat poisoned mushrooms and then immediately eat lemongrass and be fine? Is that what you're saying? 'Cause that's pretty OP if that's true. Now, will I be trusting your word? Will I be putting our guy's life in your hands? No. But it's a very interesting idea. You just run the weak stomach trait, and anything that's not fresh can kill you. Ah. I wouldn't be running that trait. Not in a million years. Can't believe we haven't found anything. Well, I can believe it. It's the middle of the night. I think we should wait until it's a bit lighter. Keep lemongrass in the freezer. Yeah, but what if you don't have a freezer? Like us. We don't have a freezer. We don't even have a house. We don't even have a bed. We don't even have any pants. Right, let's wait until it's a bit lighter. That'll do. I do still want it to be night. Come on, give us some mushrooms. What are you? Mint. Oh, mint's really good. I think. Reduces stress. We don't have any stress. We need to reduce this unhappiness somehow. I'm not sure if unhappiness does impact foraging or not. But I don't like that we're at like max unhappiness for no reason. Our guy should be well chuffed. Hey, a bone. A pencil! We can finally write on our map. Oh, glorious days. We can finally write on our map. You think unhappiness affects speed? Yeah, I'd really like to get rid of unhappiness. But we've got nothing to get rid of it. We'd need, like, a book or something, right? I was hoping it'd go away over time, but that doesn't seem to be happening. Did I get wakeful? No, I'll show you our traits. We've got unfit, claustrophobic, reluctant fighter, slow metabolism, slow reader, expert, cat's eyes, inventive, outdoorsy, whittler, eagle-eyed, herbalist, organized, sower, wilderness knowledge, puny, and high weight. Book, driving a car, shooting, antidepressants. Yeah. I doubt we're going to find much of that going on. A book is our best bet. There's probably some foods that increase happiness. Some non-poisonous berries. Let's go. 4 of them as well. I would have preferred mushrooms, but I'll take the berries. Just want to do a little bit more, and then we're going to cut down a tree. We're going to cut down a tree, and we're going to make a bench so that we can sleep without being overwhelmingly tired. It'd be nice to save up and get a lean-to instead. But for that we need 20 branches. And we've only got 8. Napping 4 would be good for when we get some spare food. 4 napping gets you the stone axe. Yes, I would like the better axe. The crude axe kind of blows. There's the bone axe as well, right? That you can make out of a jawbone. I think that requires crafting 5? Might be wrong on that. More mint. Cool. I didn't know remove log was an option, but something in my head said, you can remove stones. Maybe you can remove logs. Nice. That means we don't need to spend our axes chopping down trees. At least yet. We need branches. Do you reckon there's a remove branch anywhere? 20 branches is going to suck to get unless we cut down trees. But to cut down trees, we need more axes. And that means getting more flint nodules. And that is incredibly unlikely unless we go to the road, where there's all those zombies who want to kill us. So, you know. It's a bit of a tricky one, really. Am I tripping? Where's our base? Oh, I've gone past it. I thought we were south of the base. That pencil's cool, because now we can actually mark where the base is on the map. That's been a long time coming. Imagine we step through one of these bushes and our groin gets scratched. That will royally suck. To the point where it's probably worth clearing out these bushes at some point. A scratched groin would not be the death of us, but it would really slow our roll. And it might be the death of us if we couldn't forage food. We wouldn't die to the scratch, but we could die to the effects of the scratch. Right, should we make a bench or should we save up? We can either make a bench or save up for a lean-to. Yeah, we'd need way more branches. 4 logs. Way more long sticks. Which is long stick sapling. It's a tough call, really. Also, we don't really need to mark the base. It's here. Right. I wanted to check your bedding theory. I wonder what that'd come under. Tailoring? Maybe it's building, not... No, we don't want to make a wooden bed. Should we make a log bench? I think so. It's only going to use 2 branches. The benefits are going to outweigh the costs. Nice. So now we can sleep without being uber tired. That's super useful. Now let's eat our food before it goes stale. These berries suck. They're no mushrooms, that's for sure. Mushrooms are freaking awesome. Berries suck ass. This is good though. It's not going to fully solve our hunger, but it's definitely getting there. You know what? We'll eat all this mint as well. Why not? Cool. Right. So we could take the axe and go and beat up those zombies, but that is like super high risk currently. We really need to do some exercises, but for that we need food. A reliable way of getting food that doesn't depend on us foraging. And for that, we would either want to fish or trap. But we don't know trapping. It's one of the few things we don't know when it comes to the outdoors. Snare trap, crate trap, stick trap. Oh, is that for fish? We don't know the recipe. Shit. I don't think there's any way for us to get trapping to level 1. How the hell would we level up trapping if we can't make a basic trap? That's a bit awkward, isn't it? I guess we would No, I don't know. I honestly have no idea. I don't know how we would do it. Do you reckon we should keep one of those axes on us at all times, just in case? Maybe. Come on, give me some glorious mushrooms. I want to live in mushroom heaven. No, not an insect. Hello, Percy. Do you reckon there even is any way for us to level up our trapping? Still on holidays? Yeah, I guess so. You could call it a holiday. Sort of. Pretty long-ass holiday. But yeah. I really want mushrooms. You got no idea how much I want mushrooms. I guess we're tired. We should sleep. We can sleep on our bench. We don't need to wait until we're excessively tired. We get tired really fast. Do you reckon that's because we're hungry? Do you reckon the two problems are feeding into each other? We can't find food because we're tired. And we keep getting tired because we can't find food. Possibly. Okay, we should wake up when it's still daytime. We're going to have to drink river water. That's no biggie, though. So much for waking up during daytime, eh? Did we really just sleep all day? Yeah, let's drink the river water. It's fine. What's the worst that could happen? And then let's try and get some food. I want to believe. Also, our search radius is pretty great. I feel like it's way bigger than it was. I know it improves with your foraging level, but I mean way bigger than it was before we slept. Do you reckon tiredness reduces your foraging search radius? Probably. Either that or it was the same size. I've got a notoriously bad visual memory. Two tree branches, that's pretty good. There's no mushrooms, but it is something. We really need something to eat. I don't want to eat that raw potato. Although we could. But I'd rather not. I would rather not eat the raw potato if we can avoid it. My mushroom search focus doesn't seem to be getting us that many mushrooms, if I'm honest. Whoop. Speak of the devil. Happy days. You know what? I am going to eat these. Normally I'd be like, oh, we should not eat them so that we stay hungry. So that we have more chance of finding food. But, well. See that? Hunger 9. Mushrooms are so much better than shitty berries. Look, we've actually got rid of our hunger noodle. Amazing. We're actually in a pretty good position. Now, if we could just stockpile a bit more food, we could possibly spend a day exercising. Wouldn't that just be something great? Imagine that. Get our fitness off 0. That'd be nice. Now, if I know the gods of gaming, like I think I do, this is going too well. We're either going to scratch our groin, or a zombie is going to find us. And I don't think we could even kill one zombie. Well, maybe we could, if we could get it on the ground. I think it'd be touch and go, that's for sure. Come on, I just want a bit more food. Then we can spend the night exercising, probably. Nice. Thing is, mushrooms go stale really quick. That's the problem with them. That is pretty great, though. We'll save one. Oh, this is the best shape we've been in since day 1. It's a shame we can't get rid of that unhappiness. Maybe we should cut down some trees now whilst we're in peak physical condition. Cut down some trees. Get one step closer to having a lean-to. Although I'm not sure how much better than that is than the bench, honestly. Maybe the bench is fine. Maybe the bench is a-okay. Maybe exercise is the more valuable thing to do. I'm lost again. I bet the base is to the south. Yeah. Okay, let's go back. Hopefully we find some mushrooms on the way. We might. And then we'll do some exercises, I think. Whilst we're in peak form. And that will truly be great. Black sage, huh? That helps with pain? Yeah! Cool! We're definitely exercising then. Maybe that'll help us with the muscle strain. Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah, that black sage is going to come in real handy, hopefully. Do we level up fitness or strength? Probably fitness, because then it's easier to level up strength, I think. Right, let's drop a bunch of crap. I'm going to eat this mushroom. I don't want to risk it going stale. And then, let's do some exercises. I want to get rid of that tree. Every time we push past this is a chance at our groin getting hurt. We're going to save our groin. The Groin Defense League is going strong. This isn't really exercising, to be fair. Do you reckon there's any zombies around who can hear this? Probably not. Is this a good use of our axe? Maybe. Long term, I think it is. Oh, it doesn't even damage the axe. In that case, this is an amazing use of our axe. The Groin Defense League going strong. Also, it looks like they can drop tree branches. That's amazing. If they can drop tree branches and they don't hurt our axe, this is incredible. Now, I'll grant you, I'm not entirely sure they can drop tree branches, but I'm not sure where those tree branches came from if they can't. Also, while we're doing this, we can turn off search mode. Now, I did give the zombies superhuman hearing. It'd be funny if one just ran out the woods. Well, it wouldn't be funny, but it's definitely a thing that could happen. I really want to protect our groin. I will take down as many bushes as it takes. Also, he just dropped a twig, a tree branch rather. So they do definitely drop tree branches sometimes. So that's effectively 3 tree branches. If it doesn't cost any axe durability, which it looks like it doesn't, which is crazy, it totally should. It's basically 3 branches, which is cool, because I was going to start cutting down trees to get branches, but that breaks your axes really fast. So this is ideal. Maybe we'll be able to make a lean-to fairly soon. That'd be awesome. I still want to figure out the trapping dilemma, though. Trapping dilemma is a real problem. Okay. I think we should exercise now. Exercise is going to make us tired, and that's fine. Attach that to our back. Yeah, exercise is going to make us tired, but I don't want us to sleep through the day. So... cool. Right. Whilst he exercises, I'll be right back. This dude's a very disciplined exerciser. We're actually, we're a third of the way to fitness level 1. That's pretty good. Can't complain, really. Right, let's just fast forward it, eh? Well, let's give him a minute. He seems to be enjoying himself. Nice to take a break from, hunting down mushrooms. Yeah, I don't know if... well, I doubt we'll be able to reach fitness level 1 today. But we'll hopefully at least be able to get close, eh? Okay, let's fast forward it. Too exhausted, that's fine. We can rest on our brand new bench. Cool. Let's do it again. We're getting about 200 per cycle. That's not too bad. Thing is, I don't want us to be tired during the day. Really. I guess it's fine. Do another set. Cool. Have a sleep. The perfect crime? Right, don't sleep for too long, buddy. I would like it to be day. Cool. Right, we've got that muscle pain. Let's chow down on the non-stale black sage. Hopefully that'll help. Because this pain is going to screw with our foraging, so hopefully chowing down on a whole bunch of black sage does the job. That's the hope. Then we'll drink from the river, I guess. I'm loath to do so, but whatever. It's not going to kill us. Maybe. Tastes like zombie. Cool. Let's go back on the eternal search for... Oh, that's all our stuff from cutting down bushes. That's really awkward. Okay. Let's go on the eternal search for mushrooms. Maybe we'll find something cool as well. Some flint would be nice. I think the odds of us finding flint are pretty low, though. Poisonous mushrooms. Nah. Looks like the black sage did help. We'd have need to eat way more of it to get the full effect, but that's fine. Mushroom me up. There must be something we can craft that will help us level up trapping to level 1. There must be. Otherwise, I don't know how you'd do it. And there has to be a way to get it to level 1A. Has to be. Books. Books just increase the rate at which you learn. They don't give you levels. Like, they don't give you XP. That's one of the cool things that's also kind of uncool. But, like, if you read a book on trapping, it will give you an XP bonus for, like, levels 1 and 2. And you'll get, like, a certain multiplier to any XP you get, but it won't actually give you any XP. It just gives you a multiplier. So books are super useful, because they let you learn stuff way faster. But you can't actually use them to level anything. Which brings me back to, there must be something that we can do to actually level up trapping. Oh, for a recipe. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Thing is, I think we can see all the recipes. And it'll just say, like, you don't know the recipe. Although there might be hidden recipes, I'm not sure. But, like, for example, you've not learned this recipe. Implies something. It definitely implies something. Snare trap, we know the recipe. But we don't have trapping level 1. I mean, we also don't have a hacksaw, but we could feasibly work our way up to a flint saw. And then it's the same with the stick trap. I think stick trap must be the way, right? You have to learn the stick trap recipe. You have to learn stick trap, which is probably a fishing recipe. And then you have to make stick traps, and that levels you up to be able to make snare traps. That's probably it. We probably need to learn stick traps. Rain says, that sounds like a world with AI. You have the info but can't do the task. Yeah. Yeah. But that's okay, because you just ask the AI to do the task for you. Depending on the task. So, we would have to get a fishing book. I knew angler should have been one of my starting professions. I bet it would have given us the recipe for a stick trap if we'd gone with angler. Or we should have gone with, like, something that gave us +1 trapping. That would have also been beneficial. Lesson learnt. If we die, we can consider that for our next one. But we're not going to die, it's fine. What are the odds of us dying? Come on, give us some mushrooms or something. No, our pain's coming back. Oh, there is no god. I guess the black sage doesn't last that long. Got some marigold, huh? You know what? I'll chow down on 11 marigold. I don't give an F. It must serve a purpose. Otherwise, why would you get the seed so you can grow it? I guess for immersion. Yeah, maybe it's just for immersion. Not sure why you'd ever want to grow marigolds. Can I grab that stone? Nice. We should be on the lookout for logs as well. Because if we can get 4 logs, I think we'd be able to make our lean-to. We've probably got enough branches. And if we don't, we can cut down more bushes until we do. But for logs, we probably just have to scavenge them off the ground. I don't really want to cut any trees down. It'd break our axes. And I don't really want to break our axes because we need them. Mushrooms, let's go! Oh, there is a god. Berries are like, I'll give you -1 hunger. Mushrooms are like, here, have -7. I mean, that one gave us -4, but that's fine. The next one will probably give us a -9. -11! Oh my god! It exceeded even my high expectations. Mushrooms are amazing. Berries are a joke. Oh yes, even more mushrooms. We're set for life. And by that I mean, we're set for like a day. And by that I mean, we're set for like half a day. Happy days. How close is foraging to level up? Yeah, it's got quite a while. We're halfway there. Living on a prayer. But, this living in the forest, yeah, it's going alright. Yes, some black sage. Let's go. We can chow down on 8 black sage. That'll make the rest of our foraging more efficient. Everything's coming up this guy. Sort of. Now, granted, we have had to run away from every zombie we've seen, but that's fair when you're naked with 0 skills. We're just going to eat all of this and hope that it reduces our pain significantly. It should do. We're going to overdose on black sage. Black sage seeds as well, that's really good. From what you know about zombies, nakedness is a disadvantage. Kind of, but think about it, it probably speeds you up as well. Apart from the shoes issue, but we've got shoes. Clothes are things zombies can grab onto. I bet many a person has died, conceptually, because a zombie grabbed their clothing. It's kind of like hair, you know? You'd want to get rid of your hair. Get rid of your hair, get rid of your clothes. Well, yeah, that's true. You are opening yourself up to scratches. Kind of risk management. What's more likely? Do you want to increase the chance of you getting grabbed? Or do you want to increase the chance that when you get grabbed, something bad happens? It's a tough one. It is a tough one. I guess there's multiple extra benefits to wearing clothes. So you'd probably go with the clothes option. But I think nudists would have a pretty good time in the zombie apocalypse, basically. I think they'd be living the dream. Let's grab all these branches, even though it's going to hurt us a little bit. We need to put 20 branches in a pile. God, this place is such a mess. Let's clean up all these twigs. It's doing my head in. Can't be dealing with these twigs. We'll make a twig pile over here. Imagine if a zombie got us now. We went up to heaven. Oh, the zombies got you too? Yeah. What were you doing at the time, man? Something important? No, I was picking up 25 twigs. You'd be a laughing stock. We should research these tree branches. I don't think it's going to give us anything good, but you never know. You never know. Let's research this branch. Oh, we should eat those mushrooms before they go stale. Shit, what did we learn? That went so fast. Is there any way I can see what that message was? That went by insanely fast. Well, we learnt something. I'll be honest, I don't really know what we learnt. Something. You know what? Something is fine. Sure, we learnt something. Let's eat those mushrooms before I forget. Truly the god food. What's ginseng do? Restore endurance. Oh, we could totally use that for an exercise day. Tomorrow we can do an exercise day, and we'll chow down on ginseng. It'll be really good. Maybe. Also, marigold seeds. I'm going to set you to be unwanted. I'm sorry, but you are. Does that stop you? No. What is the point in setting it to be fucking unwanted if it still shows up? Learned can reinforce weapon, learned bone spike weapon. Oh, cool. They both arguably sound useful. Maybe. Let's see if we can get some more mushrooms. We're on a roll when it comes to mushrooms at the moment. This pain's not going to help, though. But I'm not sure what else we can do while we've got this muscle pain. Normally you'd be like, oh, read some books, or something like that, but we don't have any books. And I'm not going to town to get books. Not yet. If we were going to go to town to get books, we would want some weapons. We would want a high level of fitness so we can run away. We would want some spears, probably. I appreciate those branches. I really should have emptied our inventory. That's fine. I want to clear up more of these bushes. Let's add them to the pile. Let's drop everything except the ginseng. And the axe. We'll keep the axe. We'll equip in both hands. that makes it weigh the least, I think. Now, we'll hopefully be able to sleep pretty well tonight. Fortunately, it's not raining. Then in the morning, the pain should be gone. Then we'll do some morning foraging while we've got no pain. Whilst our foraging chance is at its highest. And then we'll exercise. I really want to get fitness up to level 1. Having 0 fitness really blows. Obviously, I want to get strength up as well to increase our carry weight, but fitness is more important. So that we can escape those scumbag zombies if they see us. Okay, I'm not massively convinced we're going to find any mushrooms with this pain. Not since our our black, whatever it was called, ran out. Yeah. I wonder if higher fitness stops muscle strain from being as bad. That'd be good. Also, I really want some flint nodules. But I guess I don't want them enough, otherwise I'd be changing this to be stones. Like that. More flint nodules means more axes, which means we could actually start cutting down trees. As a rule of thumb, we basically need 2 axes to cut down a tree at the moment. Which I know is not great, but that's what we're working with. Although actually, we are a lumberjack, so maybe it won't take 2. Also, we're just going to sleep. This pain is doing my head in. Let's drink some tainted river water. And then let's go to sleep. Too much pain to sleep. No! Too much pain to sleep. Oh, there is no God. Okay, fine. Okay, we'll keep looking for stones, I guess. Thing is, looking for stones in the forest sucks. The actual chances of finding one is incredibly low. As in flint. That's why I was hanging out on that road trying to forage stones. Because roads are where stone foraging is at its highest, I think. It's definitely set to normal, whereas here it's set to extremely rare. Which isn't great. Okay, we need this pain gone so that we can sleep. Caterpillar. Lame. I guess we could spend this time, whilst we're waiting for the muscle strain to go, we could spend it clearing out some more bushes. That'd actually be useful. That would be something useful for us to be doing. Also, where is the base? Okay. Let's go to the base, and we will clear out some more bushes. The groin protection strat is back in action. It's kind of crazy that we're even making progress, honestly. Pretty sure the helicopter's gonna fuck us. In fact, when the helicopter happens, I don't know what our best option is. Do we stay where we are and hope that there's no zombies around? Or do we lure the helicopter elsewhere and then only come back to base once the helicopter's sodded off? It's going to be a tough call. If the helicopter even shows up, to be fair, I'm not sure if it will with it being set to 12 months after. Oh, it'd be great if the helicopter didn't show up. I wasn't willing to turn it off, but if it just so happens to not show up, I'll be very happy. Every one of these we chop down is one less chance for our groin to get slashed. Okay. Let's tidy up all these twigs. Put them in the twig pile. Oh, where is the twig pile? There we go. Cool. Alright, can we sleep here? Yes, good. Oh, praise the Lord. Pain is gone. It's going to be morning, hopefully. Nice. Right, let's do a quick early morning search for some mushrooms. Damn these twigs, man. They give such false alarms. We need a container so we can put twigs and shit in it. Okay, we want a few mushrooms. Ideally some black sage. I guess also ideally a bunch of other stuff, but I would be happy with like one set of mushrooms, and then we can exercise. What's that? a little uncomfortable. Why? Well, I know why. It's because we slept on the bed, but we're not sleeping on the bed anymore. It should have gone away. Also cold. Exercise will help with that. Maybe. Probably. We could light a fire. Sort of. Not sure if we have a log at the moment to turn into firewood. And I don't want to waste tree branches. Wow, this early morning foraging session is not going well, eh? I wonder if it's the temperature. Could be the temperature causing it. That would suck. Poisonous mushrooms. Well played, game. I said I wanted mushrooms, and you were like, yeah, okay. There you go. I guess maybe we just let ourselves get hungry. And we just exercise. But then we're going to have a day of strain, which is going to reduce our chances to find mushrooms. Which is why I'd like to find them first. But this temperature is really not making things easy. I guess the temperature will increase as the day goes on. And we don't get the real muscle pain until tomorrow, actually, so... Let's do some exercises. Ah, we just got hungry. You know what? I don't care. Let's do some exercises. I really want to get fitness level 1. We could probably get that today. Now maybe there's a case to be made for doing small amounts of exercise every day. Instead of doing this whole all or nothing and then have a day of muscle strain. But, you know, whatever. "60 minutes of squats is torture." Yeah, I bet it is. One more set might level us. That'd be pretty sick. I'm not sure what regularity does. It probably increases the amount of XP you get for it. Yeah, it probably increases the amount of XP you get. That's like, if you do it every day, the regularity goes up. I guess that's obvious. And then if you don't do it, it goes down. So it does kind of encourage you to do smaller amounts of exercise, in theory. How the crap are we going to level up trapping? We really need trapping. We need it, we need it. Okay, let's do one more set of exercises and hope that it levels up fitness. I think it should do. We needed 4 more XP. Are you shitting me? Okay. We'll get him to do 1 more squat. That should get him the 4 XP. What a sick joke. Yeah, literally 1 more squat. Cool. Level 1 fitness. Happy days. Now we need to find some food. Dee 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 dee. A magnesium fire starter. Cool. That'll come in handy. I'm a fire starter. Twisted fire starter. That's pretty cool. We should go into town and set a house on fire. It'd probably kill a lot of zombies. But we'd have to reach a house to do it. Yeah. That's the problem with that strat. We'd have to reach a house. If we could, though, reaching a house and setting it on fire would be a pretty good idea. We're going to have to drink from the river again. Eventually, this is going to make us sick. It's only a matter of time. Four logs is our next goal. Which I'd rather not get by cutting down a tree. But if we have to, I will. Come on, give me some mushrooms. Usually we get some mushrooms here. No? Fine. Be like that. Don't care about a broken twig. Stop making our way back. Shiza, man. We need food. Do you need food? It'd be cool if we could find a magazine that would reduce our unhappiness. That'd be pretty sick. I'm loath to go out of our safety in the woods after our last experience. Come on. At least find something. We've not got any negative effects apart from that unhappiness and the hunger. And the hunger should be helping us find food. Maybe unhappiness really does affect foraging. I didn't think it did, but maybe it does. There's no denying we're finding way less than we used to. And our foraging is a much higher level. So something ain't right. Something ain't right. We should be finding way more than this. Tell you what, I appreciate that black sage. That's going to come in handy tomorrow. We could eat it now for food, but... well, we're not going to. It's a bit sketchy going into new areas of the woods. By a bit sketchy, I mean it's super sketchy. You never know when there might just be one zombie just chilling in the woods who comes up and bites our head. Yeah, I'm going back. We should have a wash as well. Look, we're getting all dirty. What are you? Caterpillar? God damn it. Okay, the base is that way. I'm a little worried that we haven't found any food, you know? I really feel like we should have. Maybe the odds of finding stuff decreases the more you forage a single area. That would explain it, I guess. We'll forage along the riverbank. Maybe that's the answer. Bit sketchy. But maybe foraging along the riverbank is the key. At least we know we haven't followed this route since day one. And if we suddenly start finding way more stuff, then we know that there is a detriment to foraging areas you've already foraged. Which would make sense. Got some lemongrass. Helps with food poisoning, which we're not going to get, hopefully. But in a pinch, we can just eat it anyway. So, happy days. We are a little bit tired, which will be decreasing our foraging, but I don't think we should go to sleep in the middle of the day. I just don't think it's a good idea. Rosemary, huh? What do you do? Nothing, so let's just eat you. Keep following the river. Really hope for some mushrooms. I feel like we should have found some by now. At the start, did I lure any zombies into the woods? I can't remember. I don't think we did. I don't think we got seen going into the woods. Or did we? No, we didn't. We didn't. We didn't get seen going into the woods. So going back this way should be relatively safe. Relatively. I don't like walking through these trees. That's really dangerous to our groin health. I don't think we're finding more stuff on this path. So I think we go home and I guess we sleep. It's really sketchy though when we haven't found food. We've barely eaten anything today. Barely eaten anything. Doesn't bode massively well. Hopefully we find some mushrooms on the way back. That'd be the ideal. I want to believe. Clay? You know what? I'll take clay. It has some uses, I think. Maybe we can make like a... Maybe we can make a clay bowl that we could sterilize water in. That'd be good. That'd be super good, actually. Let's hope we can do that. Although I feel like for that we're going to have to make a kiln, and we're not going to be able to do that. I guess we'll see. All we found on the way home was clay, huh? Great. Oh yeah, I was going to eat all this ginseng today. You know what? Let's spend the rest of the day exercising. Why not? We're going to have muscle pains tomorrow anyway. I don't think we're going to find any more food. We can eat this ginseng. But let's put down a bunch of crap. Yeah. I just don't think we're going to find any more food today. As much as I would love to. And I really would love to. You can make a clay kiln. You've seen it on Primitive Technology channel. Yeah, I know, but what I mean is... well, first of all, under pottery, I don't massively see a bowl. But it might not be under pottery, I guess. It might be under... I doubt it's under cooking. Nah, you really would expect it to be under pottery, eh? This can't be the only things you can do with clay. It just can't be. You can search by name, yeah. Carve clay sculpting tool. Mix bucket of clay cement. Maybe there's recipes that we don't know, but I feel like it tells us when we don't know recipes. We should be leveraging our carving more. There must be a way to make a clay bowl. It's like the most obvious thing you would want to be able to do with clay. Right, let's sleep. I think our tiredness is affecting our foraging. I was going to exercise. Yeah, sod it. In for a penny, in for a pound. We'll exercise, and then we'll eat all of our ginseng, which will at least get rid of a little bit of hunger. I'm not overly worried about starving to death. Still, I would rather we weren't hungry. Wonder how much this fixes your endurance by. I think we can check that if we sit down. Then it shows us our current endurance, which is a nice little tweak. I don't think I ever used to do this. It's very nice. Then we can eat. And let's see how much it affects this. Look, I'm going to be honest, that looked like it didn't move. Is ginseng garbage? It certainly looks like it's not affecting our endurance at all. Or our exertion, rather. Which is the same thing, I believe. Whatever. Let's sleep. I'm not happy about it, but... There's the muscle strain. There's the pain. Okay, let's eat all the sage. It'll help with the hunger and help with the muscle pain. Hey, look, we've got a beard. Truly, we're moving up in the world. Let's just eat all of this. It will very mildly help with the hunger problem and the pain problem. But we know it doesn't help that much, to be fair. With either. And... I don't know if we're going to be able to find mushrooms at night. Especially with this high pain. Yeah, it's down to minor pain. Well, at least give it a try, but we couldn't find any mushrooms yesterday. I find it hard to believe we're going to find any now in the middle of the night. When we've got much worse debuffs. But we'll give it a try. Got nothing else to do except wait until morning. Which I guess we could do. Yeah, I find it pretty hard to believe we're going to find anything in this darkness. Which means we shouldn't really have eaten all that stuff. We should have saved it for the morning and then eaten it. I want to believe. One set of mushrooms would do us. Like, they're so good. Twig? Well, that proves we can find stuff at night. That wasn't one of our old twigs. So if it's proven we can find stuff, then I guess we should keep looking for stuff. Even though it's kind of lame walking around in the dark. It is kind of lame. But, well, we need food. That's just a fact. Tell you what, this search focus mushrooms really doesn't seem to do much. Trying to remember where our safe paths are. It's really hard in the dark. I think this is one of them. We haven't found any mushrooms for like 2 days now. We've barely found anything. Poisonous mushrooms. Hey, Nimble leveled up. What does Nimble do? Increases how quickly you move in a combat stance and decreases footstep noise. Oh, that's really good, because the combat stance, which is this one, is what you use to improve your foraging chance. So that means that's why it leveled up, I guess, because we've been moving around in it so much. So that means we can move faster whilst doing targeted foraging. That's really nice. And it decreases our footsteps noise, which is arguably useful. These twigs, man, they're doing my head in. Bunch of false alarms. Starting to become daytime at least, that's nice. I don't know why our foraging is so poor though. Yes, mushrooms. Oh, we're not going to eat them yet. We're going to try and get some more using the high hunger boost. There's someone doing owl impressions. Also, let's grab this log. That's pretty cool. We need to equip it. Let's take the log home, and we need 4 logs. 4 logs to make a lean-to. Which will let us, I don't know, have better rest? I'm not entirely sure. Our bench is fine. But it'll at least make it look like we know what we're doing. If we have a lean-to. And that's got to be worth something. Cool. Let's explore it this way, even though this way's the way where there are most likely to be zombies. I still think it's pretty unlikely. And we haven't explored this way for a while. Mainly because of my concerns about this being the area that's most likely to have zombies. And it's most likely to have zombies because when we were getting chased by zombies up by the field, we ran this way. Which means they at least have some inkling of which direction we went. Yes, mushrooms. Oh, yes, we've got 2 sets of mushrooms. Should we try for a third? I really don't like being here. It's got me paranoid beyond belief. We'll try for a third set of mushrooms on the way home, and then we'll eat every single mushroom we've got. It'll help with thirst, it'll help with hunger, and it'll just be pretty cool in general. And then, I'm not sure what we should do today. Maybe look for logs? Yeah, maybe look for logs. Maybe do some crafting. There's probably a bunch of crafting we can do. But for now, let's eat all 5 mushrooms. Hey, look, our muscle strain's going away. I guess that's because we didn't exercise as much. Awesome. That's really nice. We may still have to drink from the river. We'll see. It's kind of tempting to do another day of exercises. But I feel much better about it when we've got the black sage. I feel much better about it with the black sage. Right, let's see what we can craft, eh? Magnesium shavings. I just don't think we have a use for magnesium shavings. I'd rather have the firelighter. Is this seriously all we can craft? Yeah, I guess so. We don't have any flint. We need another flint. I shouldn't have made 2 stone axes. That really limits our crafting. Because, like, if you look at, for example, craft twine, you need a knife, or you can use a sharp flint flake. But I turned both of our sharp flint flakes into crude axes. Now, you could argue that crude axe should be in this list. And I would agree with that, but the game doesn't. So whatever. Which means we really need another flint nodule, which is going to suck to get, because I'm not going back to that road. These twigs have been doing my head in. I want to de-twigify the place. It keeps messing with my foraging. The tree branches I don't mind, but the twigs keep screwing with my foraging. I need to put them all in the twig pile. Be cool if we could find 3 logs today. Let's have a look for some static logs. I don't really want to cut down a tree, but maybe we can find 3 static logs? Poisonous mushrooms. What a sick joke. Static logs, static logs. Where the hell are all the static logs? Leek, huh? Hey, that's like a real... You have to cook it. Okay. Poisonous mushrooms. Alright, we're looking for logs. Is that a log? No. We're kind of stepping out of my comfort zone up here. Are you a log? No, you're a tree branch. I do kind of want tree branches, but I think we've actually got plenty of them. Plus we know how to get way more. With relative ease. Whereas logs are a pain in the arse to get. There might be zombies up here. There could be a zombie near. We're thirsty, huh? No! I'm trying to pull out my stupid axe. No! We put so much work in. I knew I shouldn't have gone north. Did I not say I shouldn't go north because it's unscouted territory? Well, we learnt quite a lot from that run. What did we learn? We definitely want something that gives us +1 trapping. I know we killed 0 zombies. I know, man. I know. And now we are a zombie. It wouldn't let me pull out my fucking axe. I was pressing 1. Alex says, I stepped away for 10 seconds and you died. Look, I was pressing 1 to pull out our axe and it just wouldn't happen. We got jumped by these 2 zombie fools in the woods. And I was pressing 1. I was fucking pressing 1 to get our axe out. I swear I was. Now, do I think that would have saved us? I don't know. Maybe. Does our guy have a sick tattoo? No. No. He became malnourished really quickly after turning into a zombie. It's like he flipped a switch and became hyper malnourished. Poor bastard. Anyway, what did we learn from this run? We learnt we can use an axe to clear bushes and get as many tree branches as we want. That is beyond useful. That is like insanely useful. We learnt that we need +1 trapping. Which means we'll swap out something to get +1 trapping. Then we can start trapping animals, which will get us bones, and it'll get us, hopefully, leather. And that'll be pretty sick. And it'll get us food, obviously. What else did we learn? Don't YOLO your way into unscouted territory whilst in forage mode. If we hadn't been in forage mode there, we probably would have been fine. We should only use forage mode in known territory. And we're not going to continue with the new character, so we can go back to our base and live the dream. That's cheap. We ain't doing that shit. Oh, look. Someone mysteriously died here and left all this loot. Nah. That's for hacks. Right. I'm a believer. That was a pretty good run. Our first run we lasted 15 hours, I think. Our second, third, and fourth and fifth runs we lasted like 2 minutes. That run we lasted 5 whole days. Pretty good. Now, let's have a look. What can we get rid of to get something that gives us trapping? First of all, what's the cheapest thing that gives us trapping? Mm. 6 points. Was I able to craft stick traps? No, I didn't know the recipe. Oh, actually, maybe we can just take Angler. Yeah. Maybe Angler will teach us how to make stick traps. What would we swap out to take Angler? Or what would we take? We need 4 more points. Thing is, I don't want to get rid of any of these. They're all super good. Sleepyhead so I can pass time faster. But Sleepyhead would get well, Sleepyhead. We could take Hard of Hearing. Part of me thinks we should just take Conspicuous, because the zombies have all got Eagle Eye anyway. So, you know. We could take... I don't really want Slow Healer, but... Sunday Driver is an easy +1. It's like the easiest +1 of all time. But then we need +3. I'm not taking Weak Stomach. Although I only ever eat fresh food anyway, so maybe we could take Weak Stomach. Although that might apply to drinking tainted water. So, probably don't want to take that. You know what? Let's take Fear of Blood. And Sunday Driver. That gets us 6 points. We can spend 4 on Angler. Then we've got 2 left. We can choose one of these. Light Eater might be pretty good. Low Thirst might be pretty good. Now, Low Thirst. Yeah, we probably take Light Eater or Low Thirst. But which one? Which one? Which one? And Fear of Blood is fine, right? Just don't get injured. I think panicking about doing first aid on yourself is fine. Because you're going to be doing first aid on yourself in a relatively safe location. Presumably. And getting stressed when bloody... If you're getting bloody, you're probably in a fight. You're going to get stressed anyway, so who cares? Then you just clean up afterwards. So I think Fear of Blood is actually not that bad. And can't perform first aid on others? Oh, that's a real shame. There's nobody else around. We're not going to be first aiding a zombie, so... Which one of these do we take? Light Eater, Low Thirst. Light Eater means we don't need to find as many mushrooms. Low Thirst means we don't have to drink as much tainted water. light eater. I've yet to see any negative effects from drinking tainted water, so let's let it roll. And that, hopefully, lets us make stick traps. We're going to check that immediately when we spawn in. Immediately. It's the first thing we're going to check. If it doesn't, then we're going to take hiker instead of those 2 traits that we just picked. It's going to be the perfect crime. Right. Question the first. Can we make stick traps? No. Okay. Question the second. Is there a trapping book in our house? No. Someone's broken in. Maybe they don't know we're in here? They do know we're in here! I'm happy to continue with the new character on that one. Okay, so Angler does not get us stick traps. Therefore, let's ditch Angler. Let's ditch, as much as I loved the idea of having it, let's ditch Light Eater. And let's take Hiker. That gets us +1 trapping, so we can make snare traps. And it also gets us... What else does it get us? +1 foraging. Awesome! Happy days, eh? Right. Can get rid of Herbalist. Can we? Can we? We're taking this word search with us. We're putting everything else in there. But doesn't Herbalist help with foraging? I think it does. Are we safe here? I feel like we're safe here. Hiker gives +1 foraging. Yeah, it does. But I'm sure Herbalist helps with foraging. Well, I'm not sure, but I was under the impression it does. I think we might be safe here, you know? We'll Would that not be crazy? Not sure why I expected there to be a book in the kitchen. I don't see any zombies. That's like super interesting. Now we do get claustrophobia from being in this house. There's really like no zombies around. This is awesome. Right, as lame as it sounds, let's forage for stones. Extremely rare, but we're on a road. Okay. Let's go to the road and then we'll forage for stones. I guess there's a pretty reasonable case to be made for living in that house, eh? But that's not really what we're trying to do. There is no fucking way I'm staying in that house. As soon as we make any noise, or like the helicopter appears, or a gunshot goes off, or anything, those zombies would be right on our ass. It's a trap. Flyer, cabin for rent. Flyer, house for sale. That teaches you how to make a drinking glass. You know what? I'll take it. I really want books that reduce unhappiness. This one reduces unhappiness. That's going to be a huge deal. Now, are we trapped here? I really want to stay by the river. I guess the first question is, where are we? Yeah, I really want to stay by the river. Which means we want to get into the river. Find a rock. I'm not staying in this town. It's tempting to stay at that house. It really is tempting, but not only is it kind of lame, but it's probably a death trap. Do we cross over the river? Yeah, I think so. Stones, normal. Go, go, go. Search for stones. Hope that our feet don't bleed. Look at these glorious stones. This is what we need, flint nodules. And just regular stones, I guess. But they're less important these days. Don't care about a large flat stone. Why do we get so much foraging done on day one? Really feels like it has to be the happiness, right? The fact that we're permanently unhappy, usually. Happiness must play a role. This is insane. Yeah, happiness must play a role. Look how much shit we're finding. I shouldn't be doing this, really. Here's a question. Is there a hotkey for searching? I don't see one. End. End. F off. You really think I'm going to use end? What is R used for? Reload weapon. Well, that's not going to be happening anytime soon. Rotate building. Oh, shit. That's right. Rotate building. What's V used for? Vehicle radial menu. Ah, that is quite useful. What's X used for? Rack firearm. Yep, that's fine. Cool. Now I'll be far more inclined to turn it off, check for zombies, and then turn it back on. More mushrooms. I really feel like happiness has to play a role. It's beyond a joke how much stuff we just found. Yeah, I'll take some mint. We are almost at capacity. So I'm not going to pick up any stones because we know we can get them au natural, as it were. We kind of want to go deep into the forest. I'm not sure which side of this river we want to be on. We also need to find some hemp, right? So we can make our shoes. That's like super important. I'm going to take it on faith there's no zombies here, and we're going to look for some hemp. A worm, huh? That's good that we know where there's a relatively safe road. If we can find somewhere in this forest that isn't actually that overgrown, so it'd be quite a nice forest to live in. That'd be pretty sick. Only problem is it's potentially a bit too close to civilization for my liking. I'll take that. I'll happily trade. I'll eat a carrot. And what would I trade? I guess the only book that I really care about is this one that reduces unhappiness. Yeah. We can come back and get those others maybe in the future. Now we really need hemp before we start bleeding. Another flint nodule. Oh, happy days. We are over encumbered again. Let's eat a mushroom. We need hemp. I'll drop those regular stones we're carrying if we need to. Ideally, we'll find a rock near the river sooner rather than later. And hopefully we're not heading towards, like, the main town. This area is nice, though. There's not that many bushes. The trees are quite spaced out. Yeah, I'm glad we didn't go on that side. Look, it's got farmland. And we know farmland doesn't sit well with us. Come on, we need hemp. Okay, let's drop this regular stone. Let's drop the plantain. There's a log there, huh? Okay, I'm going to pick up the log just because I don't want it to despawn, and then we're going to drop it again immediately. We really need hemp. Hemp and a stone near the river. There are two needs. Everything else is optional. You're not hemp, you're just a millipede. Okay, we'll take that basil because I want to see what it does. Just reduces hunger. Okay, that's fine. Come on, we just need a rock. A rock that's big enough to be a surface. Shit, there's a road here. Okay, I don't trust this river. I mean, then again... Okay. We're gonna cross over and keep following the river this way. Thought about maybe doing that, but... I think we're better off staying on this side. Maybe? No, our foot got scratched. Oh, there is no God. God damn it. God who doesn't exist, damn it. It's insane how many flint flakes it's throwing our way, by the way. It's actually ridiculous. Also, if we become... if we eat enough mushrooms that we're, like, super not hungry... I think we get a healing boost, right? Plus it'll bring our weight down a little bit. We might actually have to drop some of these flint flakes, which would suck. They're really nice to have. I guess we can come back for them. Yeah, I'm pretty sure being stuffed makes you heal faster. I just need hemp. Come on, man. Am I going to have to drop this paper back? Because I really don't want to. I don't want to drop these tomato seeds either. They might be really good. I guess I can equip 2 nodules. A nodule in each hand. That lowers our carry weight. I'm also going to eat... Oh, I already ate tomato. Shit. I'm going to eat some of this other stuff. Right, we're just looking for a rock. Sure, I'll take a cabbage. Most OP of all the foods. Another flint. You're spoiling me, game. You're spoiling me rotten. Oh my god, and a bull skull. It's too much. We're carrying too much. Okay. Let's drop just that. We can always come back for it if we know it's just on this river route. Ideally, we'd find a stone. Then we could drop everything off at the stone. Then we could go on the hunt for hemp. Without worrying about our carry capacity screwing us over. Is that a stone? No, it's a tree. I don't think that stone's big enough. That one location we had for our last base was amazing. Sure, I'll eat a carrot. I'm willing to eat... Oh, our other foot got scratched as well. This is a disaster. Sort of. Are you a valid stone? No. No. Okay. Both our feet being scratched sucks. I wondered why we were suddenly moving slower. A stone, my kingdom for a stone. Okay, as long as our groin doesn't get scratched, we should be okay. Feet heal relatively quick. Relatively quickly. And we've got that book, which we can use to get rid of any happiness from them being infected. And they will almost certainly be infected. This would be such a nice place to set up shop. If only there was a stone. A rock. Actually, that's like a wide open field. Maybe this place isn't as secure as I thought. We don't really want to be hanging out near wide open fields. There's no point searching, really. I'm not willing to drop anything that we're carrying. Yeah, this place isn't as secure as I thought. I thought we were going, like, deep into the forest, but... it turns out we're on the edge of, like, I don't know, a golf course or some shit. Definitely a big open field with no crops in it, which is a bit sus. I mean, if we found a rock, I would probably set up camp here, don't get me wrong. We'd at least set up, like, a small camp, and then check out the field and see how safe it was. Also, look, our foot's infected. Great. Here comes the pain. Here comes the unhappiness. Good job we've got that book for once. Everything's healed. We've been walking for like half a day. This blows. That's half a day we could have been spending foraging. Finding twine. At least we're going deeper into the woods here. I appreciate that. And our feet, even being infected, should heal themselves after like a day. It's not a huge issue. Other than the fact that we're going to get the pain. That's where the main problem will stem from. A rock! Quite a big rock, too. Are we willing to set up camp here? Yeah? There's probably no one here, eh? Sure. Let's assume that's the case. Right. We need to find hemp. Let's switch our search mode to wild plants. I should have done that a long time ago. And I'm going to learn my lesson, and we're not going to go into unexplored territory. We'll follow the riverbank. We know that's safe, we just walked that way. Pretty happy about that rock. Pretty happy about that too. Good old black sage. If we do start getting pain, we can chow down on the black sage. Maybe that'll stop us getting unhappy. It's unlikely, but it might. Really, we just need hemp dog's bane or whatever it's called. Then we'll be living the dream. Once we get a tree branch. We're just going to follow this path. We'll get hemp at some point. We've got no reason to go elsewhere when we know this path is safe. I've learnt my lesson from last time. I've really learnt my lesson. This is going to be a much better run. Believe it. Unless it starts raining and we get a cold, in which case it's going to suck. You're not hemp. I don't care about plantain. We're starting to get pain, so let's chow down on this black sage. Mint. Common mallow. Common mallow's pretty good if you get a cold. Stops you sneezing. Which is super handy. Also, we're starting to panic because of this infection. And then we'll start to get unhappy. And it's just kind of going to blow, honestly. Tell you what, though, +1 foraging. Can't complain about that. Come on, give us the dog's bane. It's really the gatekeeper for everything we want. What are you? A deer skull. Yeah, I'll take a deer skull. Might be able to get a jawbone out of it. Use the jawbone to make an axe. I wonder if you can make a bowl out of skulls. That'd be cool. I bet you can't craft stuff out of the zombies' bodies. CDDA you can, right? CDDA you can craft stuff out of the zombies' bones. Let's eat these mushrooms. Try and get fully stuffed. We're in pain again. Let's eat some more black sage. I feel much better about this start than last time. Mainly because we've got that happiness book. I mean, sure, both our feet are scratched, but that's a very temporary problem, which the happiness book can solve, hopefully. Yes, that's what we were after. We only got 4 though, so we'll keep looking for it on the way back. But now we'll be able to make shoes. Super useful. And we'll be able to make an axe. We can start cutting down bushes. Get tree branches. Use those to make traps, I think, maybe? Possibly. Along with twine. I haven't actually looked at the recipe for the traps. I actually get the horrible feeling we need a saw for it, but that can't be true. I think that was for the other traps, right? The stick traps, I think, needed a saw. Hopefully the regular snares don't. Oh, I ate a lot of black sage. No. Also, I don't actually know where the base is. I didn't bother to check. But we know it's quite far along here. It'd be nice to build a bench on day 1, but that's a bit of an ask, innit? We'd have to find a log. We're not going to be able... Well, we could cut down a tree, technically. We are going to be able to make a ton of axes, so we could cut down a tree. Then we could make a bench, and then we won't have that annoying thing where you've got to wait until you're overwhelmingly tired. That'd be a huge deal for day 1. Maybe that should be our focus. Building a bench. For that, we just need a couple of branches. But really, we just need 1 branch. Then we can use that to make an axe. Then we can get more branches by destroying bushes. Second foot got damaged. That's fine. Got infected. It's no big deal. I need some sort of marker for where the base is. I'll place an object on the coast when we get there. Also, why is our foraging radius so shite? I guess it's because of the pain and the tension. There it is. You know, I guess this rock itself serves as a pretty good landmark. It is pretty big. And we really just hope there's no zombies kicking around. We'll have to explore in all directions at some point. Right. We need a tree branch. That's the thing we're missing now. We should be able to just pick one up, really. If we can see one on the floor. But we can also scout for one. That's fine. Firewood should be... yeah, pretty common. Yeah, a lone branch is what we need. We know that they appear on the floor. We just gotta keep an eye out for one whilst we also search for firewood. And that one branch will open everything up. Are you a branch? No. Searching for firewood should find one pretty quick. Except that our searching seems to have become dog shit again. Which I'm assuming is due to the pain and the tension. Or the exhaustion, maybe. Well, we're only out of breath. It should be fine. It's got to be the pain. And the alarm. There's that log. Doesn't help us yet. Good to know it's there, though. Just looking for a branch. Is that a branch? Or is that twigs? Twigs. Poop. Poop, poop, poop. You know, as sketchy as this is, I do think it's going pretty great, even with our 2 infected feet. I think it's going pretty great. Your twigs, right? Yeah. How hard can it be to find a branch in a forest? I mean, come on. Just tear one off a tree. I know that might sound mental, but it's actually not that hard. This is ridiculous. There has to be a branch in this forest somewhere. I'm not asking for the moon on a stick. I'm just asking for the stick. Which is a much more reasonable request. I'm actually shocked that we haven't found a single branch. And we haven't foraged anything, which I can at least accept is due to our infected feet. But I would have expected to find at least one something. And after last run, I'm super paranoid about zombies just ganking us in the woods. Now, I know it might not look like it because I'm not doing anything to avoid such a fate, but believe me, I am concerned about it non-stop. I'm just not willing to stop searching to actually protect us from that fate. There has to be a branch in this stupid forest somewhere. I'm starting to lose my sanity. Plenty of stones kicking about, which is good. We're going to need quite a lot of stones. Paranoia kicked in for a brief second there. This is a very weird zone. What is it? I swear I heard a zombie. Must have been the wind. Hey look, 3 rocks. The old trifecta, huh? It's a bit too out in the open for my liking. But we are going to visit it. Okay, let's get back to searching. Twigs? The good old Log of Kings. You know what? Come with me, Log of Kings. Might as well take it with us. We're not finding any branches anyway. It's kind of obscene how much our foraging tanks after day 1. Remember how much stuff we found right at the start? The game was just throwing us foraging options. Now it's like, nah, sorry. You want to find a tree branch in the forest? Can't do it. That's madness talking. careful. Guard our groin. Twigs. I'm surprised we're not unhappy yet. I'm sure it's just working its way up to it, but I'm very surprised that we're not unhappy yet. I mean, I'll take another sharp flint for sure, and you better believe I'll take some mushrooms. Nice. A large branch. Sadly, that's not what we're after. Although we might be able to turn it into a medium handle. Turn a large branch into a large handle, then turn it into a medium handle. Then live the proverbial dream? Maybe. Did we pass the rock? I don't like that we're next to a farm. I don't like that one bit. Oh, it's deer. It's freaking deer, man. It scared the shit out of me. Also, we're massively encumbered. I guess the question is, where's the base? Did we go past it? I don't want to drop this stick, but I probably should. I feel like we went past the base. I also feel like the game's suddenly being massively generous with its foraging again. Maybe it's to do with whether you've explored an area before. Maybe the chance changes. We are going into a lot of dark areas. Also, I think we passed the rock. I think it's up here somewhere. Well, I can't say that for sure. Yeah, it was here, right? I think it was here. Okay, I might have to drop this stick. Or the log. Oh, shit! No wonder we were... I forgot about the log. Okay, we can drop the log for now. We can wield that in both hands. Wow, I really... really forgot we had a log in our inventory. That sucks. That's tired us out more than was necessary. Tell you what, I really hope the rock is up here. I think it is, because we suddenly started finding loads of loot, which implies that we went past the areas we'd already seen and went into new ones, right? There it is. It's actually not too far away. Good. I would have liked to bring the log back because I want to make that bench. I'm trying to figure out what it is that made us unhappy. I think it might be being overwhelmingly tired because nothing so far has made us unhappy. But last time we became, like, hyper unhappy. It must be the tiredness. Which is actually very interesting because it means if we bring the log here, we can potentially solve that entire problem. However, we need to get some of this back. This is what I get for yeah, look, we're getting sad. Maybe it's because we're hyper stressed out. It's fine though. What we're going to do is we'll allow our happiness to stay low until we've made our bench, probably, and stabilized a bit. And then we can read that book and get our happiness back. And hopefully it won't tank again. So, step 1, make some shoes. I'm not going to bother with a belt this time. It's a waste of good twine. A waste of good hemp, I guess. Look, game, I'm not being funny, but why can't I make my twine? Because we need a wooden rod. And why can't I make my wooden rod? No, we don't need a plank, game. Don't do that to me. Poop. It's too dark to craft anyway. Okay. Fine. You win this round. I'm gonna go get the log. We didn't leave it too far away, eh? Also, I really took a gamble walking past that tree. Foraging's going to be absolutely garbage whilst we've got these scratches on our feet now. Now that we're like hyper tense. But that's okay. We ate a lot of food, so we should be fine for a day or so while it heals. Where's that log, though? Did I really leave it this far down? Also, we're immediately hungry after I said that. Great. I feel like I didn't leave the log this far down. Oh, there it is. Turns out I did. What do I know? We're very tired. Cool. Right. Let's go back and hopefully become like overwhelmingly tired. And then hopefully during our sleep our feet heal. There's a lot of hopefullys going on right now. See, I find this way more enthralling than playing Zomboid the usual way, where it's like just loot places and then kick everyone's ass because zombies aren't actually that hard to kill, you know? Having to fear for your life with a single zombie is great. Plus not being able to rely on sweet, sweet loot. It's the same problem I had with Kenshi. It's really fun until you get good at the game. Not that I'm saying I'm good at Zomboid. But the same concept applies. That the loot that is in the game makes it way too easy once you at least vaguely know what you're doing. That's what I will say, that I vaguely know what I'm doing. Right, we need to get tired. We could exercise to get tired, but I don't wanna. Okay, ridiculously tired. Why did we wake up? Normally you wake up if you see a zombie, right? Or if there's a zombie close. It could just be the pain. Yeah, it could be the pain. It could be the stress. Shit. That is a problem. Now we can't sleep for like an hour or something. And there's this sketchy fog going on. Okay. I guess for an hour we'll do a search that is almost guaranteed not to work for some food. That's a bit of a pisser, really. Are we not going to be able to properly sleep until our feet heal? Because that'll be awkward. This is the game penalising me for saying that even with our feet being scratched, it was a great start. The game's like, oh yeah? What if you could never sleep? Poop. I think we're just going to have to fast forward time. But the more time we're not sleeping, the hungrier we're going to get. Damn it, we're so close to getting shoes as well. Please. Please sleep. We've got a cold. Okay, that cold is going to be a real problem. I hope you're ready to hear this guy sneeze, like, non-stop. great. Wow, this game really took a good start and absolutely shat the bed with it, eh? You know how every so often I say that all games have got it in for me, and they love to prove me wrong? This is a perfect example of that. It started us out in a safe house where we found an unhappiness book, which is exactly what I wanted to find. We went exploring, we found loads of loot, and then as soon as I said, this is a great start, everything went wrong. Everything. Now I still think it's a pretty good start if we can outlast this cold. And not bring a horde of zombies down upon us with our sneezing. But we're going to really struggle to forage for food with a cold and 2 infected feet and incredibly tired, but we can't sleep. Which means we might actually starve. I don't know. We're really going to struggle to get food during this series of bad events. We're really going to struggle to get food. Have I gone past the base again? Yes. Oh, food. Awesome. See how I said games love to prove me wrong? It's not just they screw me over to prove me wrong. No, no. If I say we're doomed, if I say we're never going to find food, the game will be like, oh yeah? You thought you were never going to find food? No, no. Here, have a bunch of food. It's never going to give us a tree branch, though. How's our zombie kill count coming along? It's still 0. We've got 2 infected feet. 2 infected feet. We've got a cold. And we've got nowhere to sleep. All in all, it's going great. Have I walked past the base again? No, it's up there. Let's just keep eating these thistles. What a life this guy's leading, eh? Thistles are actually not bad. Once we get back to the stone, I think we picked up some herbs that will help with this cold. And stop us from coughing and sneezing so much. And then maybe we'll be able to sleep. We'll eat all the herbs that help with coughing and sneezing, and then we'll try and sleep again. Didn't we get some stress relief herbs as well? We're not eating a millipede. We do still have standards. Yeah, common mallow. This relieves cold and flu symptoms. Awesome. Achoo. Thing is, this cold's gonna last for days, and we don't have that much common mallow. And I am just gonna eat it all right now. At least we know there's no zombies around, because with their super hearing, they would definitely have heard this. So we actually know that we're relatively safe. Which is nice. Right, let's try and sleep. Please, please sleep. Please don't wake up to some BS. We really need those feet to hit. Fuck. It's annoying because when we sleep, our tiredness goes way down. But then it wakes us up and goes, nah, actually, you're still ridiculously tired. It's like, what the hell, man? This isn't great. I guess we'll just keep looking for food until we're tired enough to try and sleep again. We need our feet to heal. Now, you could argue that walking around isn't a great way for our feet to heal. And that is a fair point. Please heal. Oh, this is so uncouth, man. We just slept for like a day total and we're still ridiculously tired. I guess maybe it's the cold. Could be the cold. Well, we're just gonna have to fast forward time until we can try and sleep again. Come on, feet. Please be healed when we wake up. No? Well, at least we got a good night's sleep. And it's the morning. Could be worse. And we're not hungry. Let's drink from the river of tainted goodness. And let's try and find some food. Got nothing else we can do right now, really. Well, we could exercise. But I think we have to try and find food. With our terrible foraging being insanely stressed out. If we can get food and we can get ourselves well fed or whatever, hopefully our feet will heal. They should heal within like a day or two. And it's been 2 days. Sure would be nice to make our shoes, eh? Take those mushrooms. Now, in order to make our shoes, I think we swap this to firewood, and we hope that we find a tree branch. Finding a tree branch in the forest. It's truly the quest of an age. One tree branch is all that's stopping us from getting pretty much infinite tree branches. Surely we can find a tree branch in a forest. I mean, this is getting beyond ridiculous at this point. Now it's daytime. Let's see if we can carve a large handle. We'll carve the large handle, then turn it into a medium handle, I think. Then we can make an axe. Then we can get some tree branches. I'm pretty sure. That's what we're going to be relying on. I can eat these mushrooms. Also, that cold went away really fast. Either that or our common mallow lasts for like ages as a deterrent. Which I don't believe. Right. I think we make a medium handle. Pretty sure that's what we need to do. Yes, and then we can craft twine. Oh, praise the Lord. And then we can make some shoes. Shoes, shoes, shoes. Nice. Oh, success. And then I really thought we could use a medium handle to make a crude axe, but I guess not. Kind of awkward. Which means we really do need to find a tree branch. Great. Shoe problem being fixed is nice though. It's really nice. Right, surely we'll be able to find a tree branch today. Surely. Surely. Poisonous mushrooms. I'm hoping it was our lack of footwear that was stopping our feet from healing, and that they will heal today. And if we can get a tree branch, we can make an axe. We can get more tree branches using that axe. Then we can make our bench. Then we don't have to worry about stupid sleep restrictions anymore. It really all hinges on finding a tree branch in a forest. Yeah, I'll take a ram skull. I just want a tree branch. Pretty stoked about those mushrooms. I guess our improved foraging really is helping. What is our foraging? 5. I mean, honestly, I feel like it was 5 last time as well. Tree branch, let's go! There is a god. Oh, thank the Lord. Let's get home. Why is he running so weird? I guess because he's got 2 infected feet. He's kind of walking like a zombie. Spoiler alert? Nah, we're not zombified. Right, let's get back to the good old rock. The Rock of Dreams. Gonna eat these mushrooms. Why not? Did I spend our log? No, good. Hallelujah. 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 Let's get our crude axe, and then we can chop down some bushes and get some branches. And branches are what we need. I guess, yeah, we're going to need 1 more tree branch, and then we can make a log bench, and then we can sleep on the log bench, and life will be good. And now we can hopefully get some tree branches by removing bushes. That really sounds loud. I really like how loud that sounds. But there's our tree branch. I'll take the twigs as well, why not? YOLO and all that. Tidy up everything so that it doesn't interfere with our foraging. Right. Log bench. Let's go. Where should we put it? There's fine. Look, game, I'm not being funny, but I guess we have to pick up the log. And the tree branches. And the twine. Right. Let's build it down here, actually. Nice. So now we can sleep at will. We don't have to be insanely tired. Such a huge deal. Now, is there anything else we want to craft? No. We need a stone. Let's go get a stone. And in the meantime, we'll search for mushrooms. We'll just pick up a stone off the ground. We don't need to forage for one. You might ask, what's the difference between foraging and picking something up off the ground? You know, it's complicated. And then we'll sleep tonight on our bench. And hopefully our feet will heal. Large stone. That's no good unless we get a hammer. We can make a hammer out of a stone. So we'll probably use a stone to make a hammer and then grab that stone and we'll use the stone to destroy the stone. I really could have sworn I heard a zombie there. I'm so fucking paranoid. Right, there'll be a stone along here somewhere. I'm not branching out. We're in too precarious a situation right now to branch out. There'll be a stone on this path. In fact, I know for sure there is because I dropped one. Ideally, we found one before then, though, because I think we actually walked for quite a while after I dropped the stone. Poisonous mushrooms. Large stone. Regular stone. Let's go. Nice. We'll probably pick up a large stone on the way home. See how much it tanks our endurance. $40? Wow, that stone ain't fucking about. It really is a large stone. If we carry it in both hands, though, then A, it doesn't get animated, but that's fine. And B, it weighs significantly less. Still enough to knacker us a bit, but that's fine. If we can get this large stone home, then we can turn it into small stones. Then we can make our campfire. Then we can live the dream, sort of. Actually, I think to live the dream we'd need a couple more logs. But we're starting to get to the point now where the worst is hopefully behind us. Well, that's not true. At some point we're going to get eaten by a zombie. But if you ignore the zombies, the worst is behind us. And we should be in a pretty good position now. As long as our feet heal. We're really like uber reliant on our feet healing. Seriously? Whoever fired that fucking gun. Remember when I just said the worst was behind us? And I also said games love to prove me wrong. Case and point. That was a really loud gunshot. It's fine, we'll sit here with our axe. God damn it. So for those who don't know, every so often the game just randomly generates fucking really loud gunshots in your vicinity. Not always in your vicinity. Very often in your vicinity. I'll say that much. And then, of course, the zombies have got super hearing. So it would not surprise me if we get effed in the B by that. I guess the hope is that we're far enough into the middle of nowhere that nothing heard. I was gonna sleep, though. I'm not sleeping after a massive gunshot just went off. But I will fast forward time a bit. Whilst we rest up. Okay. It's been that long, we're probably relatively safe. Cue me getting proven wrong again. And a zombie stepping out from behind one of these trees. And eating our brains. Could happen. We're ridiculously tired, huh? Well, we're not sleeping until it's night. Let's make a stone hammer. You know, if no zombies came over because of that gunshot, it bodes reasonably well for the helicopter. Which is pretty cool. Cool. We should be able to disassemble that large stone, right? With our hammer? Ah, whatever. Let's nap a bunch of sharp flint flakes. Cool. And it's night time. Let's sleep. And if we get eaten, there's nothing to be done for it. Let's drop these off. Right. We need to get food tomorrow. These feet need to heal up. Come on, feet, heal up. It's been days. No? We woke up in a panic. Does that mean there's a zombie nearby? I don't see any. Nah, we're probably fine. Maybe the cold woke us up. Let's look. I swear I keep hearing zombies, but I think it's just our dude. Anyway, let's look for food. These feet healing are the last piece of the puzzle. I bet today the game's not going to give us any food. It's crazy what a difference the feet scratching makes, eh? I think last time our feet didn't get scratched. Or like one of them did. And it healed really quickly. Having both of them like this is brutal. Hey game, can I have a mushroom? I'll take a cow skull. Could come in handy. You never know. Get some bone shards. Turn them into spear points. Something like that. I would have preferred a mushroom though. Poisonous mushrooms. Well played, game. Well played. It gave me exactly what I asked for. I guess we can eat this parsley at least. Bone pieces, huh? Cool. Got loads of foraging XP for that. 150. That's crazy good. Paranoia first. Will this lack of food be our downfall? Nah. Not a chance. Nope, I can't afford to carry a large stone this time. Sorry, game. As much as I would love to, and I would love to. Although, actually, I will pick it up just for a second. Okay, at least we know it's there. Mushroom me? Garlic. You know what? We can eat garlic. I'm not going to complain. We're going to start heading back. The more we go east, the less safe I feel. This garlic's kind of trash, but that's okay. Hey look, it's our carrot seeds. One day we'll come back for those. Caterpillar. At least we're vaguely reliably actually finding stuff, even if it's not stuff that we want. Better than not finding anything. Which, now that I've said that, is what's going to happen. It's going to be such a huge quality of life improvement once our feet heal. You got no idea. It's going to be great. We'll be able to read our happiness book. We'll be able to walk at a reasonable pace. Our panic will go down. So we'll be able to forage more reliably. All in all, everything's going to be great once our feet heal. We're really just waiting on that. And trying to Trying to survive in the meantime. Off whatever scraps we can forage. And then we can start looking into these snare traps. And see what they can do for us. That'll be pretty cool. For now, though, I really do just want some mushrooms. A lot of people would see this and go, oh, what a boring game. But for me, this is like top notch. It's really the creme de la creme. Impossible situations, walking around, getting screwed over by the game. It's right up my street. I do appreciate those mushrooms, though. We'll probably sleep when we get back, because we're not hungry, so sleeping will potentially heal our feet. I want to believe. I really want to believe. We're going to cut down all these bushes. Believe me on that. The Groin Protection Squad will jump into action. No bush left alive. Which has the side effect of getting us a ton of branches. So that's nice. And a million twigs, which isn't nice. What if we get back to base and there's just a zombie chilling there? Like, this is my base now. I think I'd actually just have to let him have it. I'm not tripping, right? Something ran up there. Maybe it was a wild animal. Maybe it was a rabbit. It's a deer. Hey deer, come and check out my base. Tell you what, if there's deer here, there probably aren't any zombies. Probably safe. Cool. I don't think we want to do any of this stuff. I honestly think we just want to sleep. A nice bit of daytime sleeping. Hope that our legs heal. Come on, feet. It's been like 3 days. Can one of you at least heal? I could live with that. Also, look, mushrooms right on our doorstep. Awesome. I guess the deer left. Hopefully they didn't lure any zombies over. Let's get back to searching. We're really just focusing on finding mushrooms until our feet are healed. Nothing else matters. It is crazy how long it's been though. Safety first. Kind of want to go up to that field and see what kind of zone it is. See what biome it is, as it were. Bit of a risk. I don't think it's going to be birch forest. Birch forest is what we're in, but I don't think this is birch forest. It does feel relatively safe, which is nice. Yeah, this is a nice little area. That's all the scouting I'm willing to do today. Let's make our way home so we can sleep again, even though we're not tired. Hopefully get some mushrooms on the way back. See those deer still running about. Yeah, I'll take some berries, even though berries suck ass. They're better than nothing. Don't particularly care for twigs. We're going to have way too many twigs, if anything. Right, game. I don't ask for much. But if you could cure our feet tonight, that'd be great. That'd be really great. That'd be something else. That'd be next level. Look, I'll even drink some tainted water before bed. As a good luck charm. No? Whatever. I didn't want healing anyway. The fact that each time we chop down one of those bushes, the wood chopping sound echoes is really disconcerting. I've never noticed it echoing before, but it really gives the impression that it's going to be heard miles away. Operation Get Rid of All the Bushes is going strong. I want to get back to sleep ASAP. Too dark to craft. Maybe we should do some exercising. Let's do a little bit of exercising. Not a huge amount. Let's literally just do 10 minutes worth. Just the tiniest amount of exercising of all time. And if we do that every so often, maybe we can get our regularity up without the muscle strain problems. Plus, maybe it'll tire us out enough to go back to sleep, which is kind of what I want, honestly. Not tired enough to sleep. Okay, you know what that means. Sorry, buddy, but you're doing some more squats. You'd had enough sleep yet? No. Okay. How about now? No. There we go. Nice. Now please, feet, heal. Oh my god. It's really doing more gunshots. And our feet still aren't healed. This is outrageous. I don't know what day we're on now, but it's got to be like day... I don't know. 6? Maybe? This goes to show there is no God. Let's do a bit of tidying up from those bushes we destroyed. This game really knows how to make you paranoid. It really just did a lady's scream, huh? Now that should imply zombies nearby. But I think it's just a random ambient sound. I hope it's just a random ambient sound. I'm also super worried about these gunshots. That they're going to lure some zombies into my previously safe areas. If in doubt, have the axe at the ready. These feet are going to have to heal at some point. The game can't give us scratched feet forever. It's just not feasible. We're just waiting it out. It's a game of chicken. And we're going to win. The old safety check. I wonder if we need to, like, stay static. Maybe walking around on our feet is stopping them healing. I don't think so, though. Pretty sure last time they were scratched, they healed regardless. And way faster than this, by the way. I didn't take slow healer, right? I know I considered it. But I didn't actually take it. No, I took Fear of Blood, which is fine. Well, it's sort of fine. I wonder if our shoes are bloody. No. Scheisenhauer. No foraging today, huh? I don't think we found anything. I know we're super alarmed, so we shouldn't expect to find much, but we usually find at least one thing, even with our super alarmed state. Guess we could try going south of the bench. See if the zone theory plays out. Yeah, we'll do that. Safety first. One day a zombie's going to appear on the other side of that river, and I'm going to shit bricks. But they would have to walk for ages to reach us. So, it'd probably be fine. Although it'd make sleeping hard. We'd have to move the bench to be further away from the shoreline. Alright, let's explore south a bit. See if we have any more luck foraging. It's not rained yet, I think, which I'm eternally grateful for, and I definitely shouldn't have just brought up, because it'll probably start raining now. Although I did just say that, so the game might decide to prove me wrong and not have it rain. We'll see. It's a tricky one. No forage, huh? Not today, you son of a bitch. Oh my god. Nope, we're dead. What the hell? Where did... Where did they come from? Hey, that's an improvement on last time, though. We killed a zombie. We were never going to escape with our 2 bloody feet. Look at that, Mr. Tools. You killed 1 zombie. What a sick joke. But yeah, we did it, man. We killed a zombie. Truly, we're on the up and up. I shouldn't have gone south. Shouldn't have gone south. Rookie mistake. That zone, though, it was always a bit sketchy. Anyway, this time, hopefully, we can get some shoes before life becomes a problem. I really want to get into this hog wallow forest. I wonder where we were. Let's look at this map. Where do you reckon we were? It's hard to say, eh? I reckon we were like here, if I had to guess. Should make our way to the speedway. So I guess this is the new area of the map down here. Is Brandenburg new as well? Maybe like this entire section is new. No, because to get to Riverside, you used to drive up here, I think. I don't remember Brandenburg being a thing. I want to get into Hog Wallow Forest. Hey, look! Hunters and hikers alike should be aware that this land is open to the public by permission of the US Army. Please stay out of marked areas. Maybe that's where the military base is. I can't remember where the military base is. The secret military base. Can't remember where it is. But anyway, I'd like to get into Hog Wallow Forest. Like, I just wish I knew where we'd spawned that time. I really feel like it was around here. We were definitely on like the super outskirts of Echo Creek. Maybe we were up here. No, we definitely weren't up here. That's crazy talk. Anyway, ideally we want to spawn somewhere around here so that we can YOLO our way into Hog Wallow Creek. Okay. I'm a believer. This will be the run. We killed 1 zombie last time. That's an infinite amount more than we've killed before. Which means... well, I don't know what it means, but it's pretty good. Okay. I'm a real believer that this is going to be the one. Well, maybe not this one. We might die immediately. What I mean is, the next one where we successfully escape from whatever house we spawn in. We spawned in the trailer park. I think that means we're dead. I want a magazine for happiness. I want something that will help with happiness. Wow, look at this. Books out the wazoo. I'll take the Satanist commandments. In fact, I'm going to take every single one of these books. We're going to be super encumbered by it. And we'll just drop them in the forest. Assuming we make it out. I can't believe I had foraging turned on that entire time. What the hell, man? We know this spawn. This was our other reasonably good attempt. Right. Sorry, all this loot. You're done. The only thing we're keeping is the Satanist commandment. Satanist Commander would be a better book. No groin scratches? No groin scratches? Okay. Can't really see much. But in theory, the river is over here, eh? Right, priority number one this time is definitely, without even the hint of a doubt, shoes. I just want to reach the riverside, which should be down here. Unless I'm horribly wrong about where we spawned. This is some thick forest, man. That's the 12 months later kicking in. I thought I heard a zombie. Let's get our tree branch while we're here. Is that the riverside? Yes, good. Right, we've reached the river edge. Now we know. We just follow this river edge and we'll reach those cool rocks, right? Now we weaponize searching to hopefully find some hemp. ASAP. I think we need to sit down first, though. Yeah, we tired ourselves out carrying all those books out of town. Which, by the way, we're never going to find those books ever again. I've got no idea where I dropped them. No idea whatsoever where I dropped them. But, to be fair, none of them were that useful anyway, I think. At least early on. Ah, there we go. So exhaustion massively affects foraging. Did you see our foraging radius, like, crank right up? As the exhaustion went away. So that's good to know. Now, we're just looking for hemp. Hemp is our #1 priority, without a doubt. We do not want bloody feet. It's beyond vital that we don't get bloody feet. Considering how long it took to heal last time. Yeah, I'll get some nettles. We can eat them. Now, I personally probably wouldn't eat nettles, but our guy's well up for it. Is this the forest that we were in before? I think it is. There should be the end of the river up here. Appreciate those mushrooms. Don't appreciate that caterpillar. Or that one. That was a risk. This is all risks. Don't care about that. Aids recovery with broken bones. If we've got a broken bone, I think a little bit of comfrey isn't gonna do the job. It's so vital that we get hemp. It's like beyond vital. It's necessary. I think we also need some flint, to be fair. Black Sage is truly legendary. Okay, now we can do wild plants. Good. Foraging tips. These tips unlock as you level up. Hold on. These tips unlock as you level up. Cool. Some items are harder to identify. Your foraging skill level affects what you can find. I know. Looking for something special? Use the search focus. I know. Check relevant and logical locations for items. For example, chipped stones are often found in cracks and potholes on roads. Okay. Firewood can be gathered in forests. Stones are most commonly found on roads. Look, I'm going to be honest. That's essentially the same tip as last time. Just with firewood can be gathered in forests, which might be the most obvious statement of all time. So I don't appreciate that. They're doubling up on their tips. To find items, search areas regularly. Traveling while searching will reveal more items. Avoid walking in circles. To find an item, you must be able to see it. Moving through trees risks injury. Yeah, no shit. Berries are most common in forests. The herbalist skill helps identify safe-to-eat varieties. It's difficult to forage in the dark. Bring a torch. Mushrooms are most common in forests and after it rains. Cool. Not the most useful tips ever. But it's good to get verification on the whole mushrooms after it rains thing. It also says don't walk in circles, but I've had a lot of success walking in circles, if I'm honest. So I'm not sure those tips know what they're talking about. God, I hope our feet don't get injured. Yeah, I'll take some animal teeth. Why not? And those grape leaves are a reasonable source of food. Sort of. I gotta stop walking through trees. I'll take a piglet skull. It's worth a lot of XP, that skull. It'd be nice to build our base there. But, there's no crafting rock. Look, game, I just want hemp. I didn't choose wild plants, so you could give me grape leaves. Yeah, I'll take that radish, though. Can't complain. We're getting a lot of junk to eat, which is nice. There's no hemp though, is it? A log, huh? I'm going to pick up that log and immediately drop it. Just because I'm not sure if stuff that you've scouted despawns over time. And we will want that log. Hemp me up. God, imagine if we can build our shoes before our feet start bleeding. That'd be such an insane buff to the run. It'd be ridiculously good. I'm going to eat those mushrooms we got in case they go stale. I don't want to risk it. These trees are out of control. You know, a large part of me feels like we should have hit the thing we're after by now. Maybe this is a different river. You're not a hemp. I mean, we don't have to find the same place we were at last time, to be fair. We just need a rock near the water. Ideally, in a place without an insane amount of bushes. There's a rock. Are we happy with this rock? Maybe? I did kind of like our river, though. I thought it was kind of cool. The stony area. I'm just not sure if it was this same river. I'm pretty sure our river had riverbanks. I don't see no riverbanks. poppies, huh? Pass on those. Yeah, I'm starting to be convinced this is not the same river. Ooh, there's our hemp. Right, now we need stones. We need to get a flint. We also need to reduce what we're carrying. We don't need comfrey seeds, that's for sure. Drop anything stale. Eat that mushroom. There we go. Yeah, we just need some flint now. Some sweet, sweet flint, and we will be good to go on getting our shoes. I'm probably going to get bleeding feet before then. See, somewhere like this would be preferable, I think, to that other rock. I really want to be next to the river so that we've got one less direction that we have to worry about. No, we don't need a stick. We need flint. Oh, here it is. Let's set up camp here again, then. I know we died here last time, so it might not be the best place to set up camp. But, you know. I liked it. I thought it was a pretty good zone. And we only died because I went north. We'll just never go north. And kind of hope for the best. Right. Let's drop everything. Now, we do know where there's a road. The question is, are we willing to risk it? Are we willing to risk the road? Now, the answer to that should be no. We definitely shouldn't walk to that farmhouse again. However, we might do it anyway. Because I want flint. Now we're unstoppable. We've got 2 sticks. Flint, flint, flint. It's a shame you can't find flint just sitting on the floor like you can regular stones. I guess maybe you can. Am I really going to walk past those fields? Maybe, because we're not... Oh, never mind. I was about to say, we're not finding any flint, but... There's our flint. Happy days. Now we just need to get back to base without cutting our feet, and we can get some shoes. Oh, can you imagine? No damaged feet. That'd be so huge. That means we wouldn't get all the anxiety. We wouldn't get the unhappiness. We wouldn't get the pain. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, though. There's still every opportunity for the game to go hehehe and make our feet bleed just before we get there. I wouldn't put it past it. We're actually going to get shoes before our feet bleed. That's so huge. Why don't you just start the game with shoes? Because where's the fun in that? Yes! There really is a god. We've done it. Then, we need a log, but we know there's one, like, right here. Then we need 4 branches, but we can get those by cutting down bushes. Then we can make our, bench. Day 1 bench? That's crazy. It's the new benchmark for our run. Shame we didn't get more of those books, though, eh? There was some good stuff in there, like crafting 3. Carving 3, rather. There were some nice looking books. But that's fine. We could theoretically go back and get them one day. We're not going to, but we could. I know I could fast forward this, but I'm just savouring the moment. And then we can make our axe. Yeah, we're really going to be living the dream. Shoes, 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 shoes. Awesome. We did it. The madman did it. Right. Let's make our axe. We need the axe to make the bench anyway. Oh, awesome. Right. Now we need logs. We need one log and a bunch of branches. Now I'm sure I saw a log on the way here. And it wasn't even that far away. It was literally right here. Awesome. Now, if the game wanted to be truly dickish, it'd hurt our groin as we walk through one of these bushes before we've cleared them. That'd be a good way to make me lose my sanity. Nice. Now... we remove the bushes. Until we get 4 branches. And honestly, we probably keep removing them after that, but the priority for now is getting the 4 branches. And we'll clean up the twigs. That's our 4 branches. Good. Ta-da! Nice. Boots and a bench. Day 1. That's pretty great. So, how's it gonna go wrong? You know it's gonna. I know it's gonna. The question is, how's it gonna? Okay, let's put our twigs in the river. I wonder if zombies come from this side, if we could lure them over here and then like stab them with a spear across the river. That'd be pretty OP. Right, let's eat some of this junk we got. Hey, these grape leaves are actually pretty good. Sometimes. Not often, I guess. Right, that really freed us up, eh? Getting all that done so quickly. Now we can start looking at traps. See what we need to do them. Let's see. Snare trap. We need a flint saw. Okay. Requires napping level 3. Napping level 3, huh? Okay. That's kind of awkward. That means we need a lot of flint. Or well, at least some flint. Let's start looking for some. We could go up to the road. Hell of a risk though, isn't it? After such a good start, I don't know if I'm willing to go up to the road. Before we had the flint, I would have been much more inclined to do so. Also, we're going to have to drink this tainted water, but there's no getting around that. Just hope it doesn't make us sick. Yeah, the road would be so useful for getting flint. Not really sure why I brought all this twine with us. Let's go home, drop it off. It weighs so much. I wonder if anything we did this time affected the fact that our feet didn't bleed, or if it was just luck. It was probably just luck, but it might not have been. Which is a very interesting thought. Right, we're gonna brave the road. I know it's a risk. Almost a suicidal risk. But we're doing it anyway. Because finding flint in the forest really sucks ass. It really sucks ass. And we need flint so that we can do some napping. So that we can get a saw, so that we can make snares. We know the recipe for stick traps. That's interesting. That's actually super interesting. But for that we need flint as well, so that we can carve wooden rods. And am I willing to wander around the forest until we find flint? Or would I rather risk our life? It's actually a tough call. Because stones are so insanely rare in the forest. Which doesn't make a lot of sense, but I'll allow it. I feel like forests would be pretty full of stone, honestly. Look, they even are pretty full of stones. Even the guys making the level were like, well, we'll put a bunch of stones in this forest. And then the people choosing the foraging rates were like, stones, they're actually like crazy rare in a forest. But I've already placed stones literally everywhere in the forest. Well, that's too bad. Speaking of which, we'll grab this stone. The game's kind of at odds with itself in that regard. It insists that stones are incredibly rare to find in the forest, and yet has a million of them kicking about. Also, we did just get flint, which is all we need. So we're actually going to go home, and we're going to try and make some of these stick traps. See what they are. I think they're for fish, but I can't say that with any certainty. But it feels like they'd be for fish, eh? Also, we need a large branch so that we can make a notched plank. Even the game was like, okay, he's actually gonna head to that farm again. Let's just give him the fucking flint. Even the game didn't want to see us fail there. Despite its adversarial nature. It knew I was totally willing to go and risk our life. Let's search for mushrooms. Comfrey, huh? Weren't you trash? Yeah, you were. You were for broken bones, which I just don't think we're going to have any of. And if we do, we'll probably be dead. Plan to farm it all, it's better to do it sooner rather than later. Yeah, for that we'd need a bucket though, eh? So we'd have to carve a bucket, which would mean getting our carving up to level 4. Now, it's already level 3, so that might not actually be as impractical as it sounds. Because we wouldn't have any way to water the plants unless we get a bucket. And the only way we're going to get one is by carving. I was saying earlier about the spear durability being trash. Yeah, that's because it was a broken bottle spear, I think. You forgot to say durability's bugged this patch. Oh, really? Our broken bottle spear literally broke the second we crafted it. We didn't even get to use it. Right. We need to make wooden rods. Did I just hear a zombie? I could have sworn I just heard a zombie. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I heard it IRL. Ooh. Nah, it was probably just a cow or something. Anyway, we need tree branches. You swear it plays sounds randomly to mess with people. Well, it does the job well if that's the case. I would agree, though. I think it does. Right. 4 wooden rods, I think it said. I could check, I guess. Yeah, researching the branch does unlock a new recipe for us, but it's a weird one. I don't really understand what it is, to be honest. Bone something or other. We will research the branch, but we've got loads of branches. We've got, like, infinite branches. We should really try and get 4 logs so we can make a lean-to. Also, this is the best day 1 we've ever had. By a long shot. Okay, get back to crafting. You don't think Outdoorsman is foolproof for rain anymore? Yeah, it probably isn't. You were building during a downpour and still got sick. I don't think it was ever foolproof though, right? It just lowered the chance. Also, this is getting us carving XP. How much do we need for level 4? 750. Probably want to make knitting needles then. Stick trap. Let's go. I don't know what a stick trap is, but I think it's going to be a trap for fish, right? I don't really know what it'd be otherwise. Nope, you place it on land. Stick traps are for birds. Oh, okay, cool. Awesome. So, does it matter where we place it? I'm going to place it there. And then I assume we need to put like an insect on it. Or something. Is that true? Probably. 75 tiles away. Ugh, that is a big-ass number. Okay. That's awfully specific. Okay, let's go 75 tiles away. Maybe those insects will actually come in handy now. Thing is, what? Well, I guess we can eat birds, right? Need to make a fire, but that's no big deal. That was dangerous of me, just YOLOing through those trees. Could have very easily hurt our groin. That would have been a disaster. I wonder how far 75 tiles is. Oh, yes, mushrooms. Oh, we're living the dream. This is the best state our moodles have ever been in. You can make a clearing, it'll still register, and you can put down a boatload. Yeah. What do you mean by you can make a clearing, it will still register? That's all just that stale crap. Like, what will still register? Also, this is probably 75 tiles away, right? And that can be the southern marker. We never go past that to the south. Even though we totally can. The south is like the most safe direction. So we'd probably ignore that marker, to be fair. Like a clearing in the forest, it'll still work completely out in the open without trees. Oh, okay. I kind of assumed that'd be the case. Good to know, though. So we should... So do we have to put insects in it? Is that like the dealio? Or do we just leave it and come back later? Insects, veggies, peanut butter, crackers. Well, insects are the only thing we've got. Nice. Let's go put this caterpillar in it then. Also, it's way too dark. Let's live the dream. I'll be honest, I can't remember where I placed it. Hard to gain weight entirely on birds. Well... add bait, cool. That's one of the reasons I took slow metabolism. Because it says it's a debuff, but if anything, it sounds like a buff. You know? Slow metabolism says, like, you will permanently be inclined to gain weight. And it's like, good. Perfect. So, you know, I think slow metabolism is pretty sick. The only downside is that you start overweight, but that's also not really a downside. Once you've accepted it as being the truth. Right, let's get a good night's sleep. Wake up refreshed in the morning. ready to, I don't know, do something. Cool. What should we do today? We're gonna search for some mushrooms because mushrooms are king. Yeah, I'll take some berries. That's also fine. There's no mushrooms though. Berries kind of suck ass. At least it'll help with thirst, so we don't have to drink from the river. Actually, these berries are all right. Primitive way to fish without needing a hook. Are you implying that I can build a spear and spearfish? Is that what you're not so subtly implying? I guess I should keep insects now, eh? Right, we need stones. They got rid of spearfishing. Oh. You can craft a hook. You can craft a hook out of bone. You need carving, I don't know, 5, I think. I think it's carving 5 you need. Yeah, carving 5. And then you can just use a sharp flint flake and a sharp bone fragment, which is fine. And an improvised whetstone, which is fine. That's just 2 stones to make. So if we can get carving up to 5, then we can make fishing hooks. And then we're sort of living the dream. Then we can fish. I did get rid of the angler perk, though. I think. Did I? Yeah, I did. They really should have added a bow. Yeah, a bow would be pretty sick. That would be awesome. Maybe they will add a bow. A bow would be pretty rad. I should make another bird trap. For now, though, I'm looking for logs. Logs that we don't have to cut down trees to get. I know we passed one on the way, so we're going to go and grab that one. I know we passed one on the way here. And I'm not talking about the one that we already got. Also, yes, more hemp. Awesome. Very cool. Mushrooms, you love to see it. Are we close to a town or far in the wilderness? We are close to a farm. And not too far from a town, to be fair. There's a farm up here. This is farmland up here. There's a farm which is where we experienced our first ego death. And then there's a town down here. We started here. and there was a ton of skill books in our cabin. So we ran up here and we dropped the skill books in the woods somewhere around here. So there's like a ton of skill books in the woods here. But I doubt we'll ever actually find them again. But they are there. There's a bunch of good skill books there as well. Alright, it's logs we care about. We can get tree branches for days by cutting down bushes. Logs, though, you have to cut down trees, and at that point, we start losing durability on our axe. Skill books are so annoying in build 42. Well... we've got it so they're the only thing that spawns, basically. Apart from, like, mementos. And an insanely rare chance for a generator to spawn, just because... why not? It's highly unlikely we'll ever even see a generator. Or an area where a generator can spawn, let alone get one. With how insanely OP these zombies are. And craft a simple backpack if we can turn Dog's Bane into a sheet. Yeah, for that we probably need decent tailoring, eh? Which we could do. We could try and level up tailoring. This is the original rock I was considering using, I think. Axe at the ready, yeah, man. You know it. This time we're going to get 2 zombie kills. We're going to beat our 1 zombie kill record. I don't care about time. Time, Mr. Freeman? Having decent foraging is so good. And not having a million debuffs really helps with foraging. In fact, the not having a million debuffs is probably the most useful thing when it comes to foraging. Right, I said we were coming looking for logs. Realistically, I should have this set to stones. Otherwise, I'm going to get impatient and head to the farm and get ourselves killed. That's the highest risk here. Because we need a lot of flint if we want to level up napping. And we do want to level up napping so that we can create a saw. A flint saw. But if we want to level up napping, we need shit to nap. As it were. And that means we need flint. And that means we need a road. Or way more patience than I've got. But going to a road, it's a dangerous business. It's just like Gandalf said. No, wait. Bilbo said? It's just like Bilbo said. What's the sprinter pop percentage? 100. Although, I said it to 100, and then some zombies weren't sprinting. So I don't know what's up with that. Also, flint. Love to see it. You're able to level masonry by picking stuff off the ground. This land is very sparse with its rocks. Yeah, it really is. It really is. Also, we should be picking up stones so that we can make a fire. Just regular stones. And so we can make a hammer, actually. Then we can smash big rocks into small rocks. And presumably do other stuff. You just know at some point I'm going to be here going, yeah, what we need to do next is get some flint. And the zombie's just going to run out and kill us. It's inevitable. We should really be trying to build a log wall. Like an enclosure. Where we can be relatively safe. And then expand the enclosure over time. But that requires a lot of logs. And that requires a lot of axes. Or good axes. We don't have either at the moment. I love our little base, though. It's a really nice little area. No, a mushroom went stale. Ah, oh, that's the worst. What a waste of a mushroom. What a waste of a perfectly good mushroom. I'm not going to eat a stale mushroom. I'm going to eat these berries, otherwise they'll probably go stale as well. Plus it'll help with thirst, without having to chug from the river. There's neck armor, be sure to craft it when I can. Yeah, I saw there was neck armor. Let's make some more. We could make a belt. Thing is about the shitty rope belt is I'm pretty sure that you can't even attach anything to it, really. I would like to make a rope belt, but it uses too much dog bane. Better off making the hemp. Now, this is the napping stuff we need to do. Not sure if we need a chisel, but I might make one. I guess there's a case to be made for we probably want a blade, but not really. I think a chisel would be better. We're definitely going to make a hammer. We'll probably make an improvised whetstone. Just so we've got it. We could try and level up tailoring by weaving a bunch of shoes. That's not the worst idea. We can smash this skull, which I think we should do, so that we can carve the bone pieces. And the awl we probably need when we're doing leatherworking, eh? Awls are for leatherworking, I think. Small blades are the best, but the most annoying to level. I've always been a big fan of the axes, especially as a lumberjack. Axes are pretty great. Yeah, let's make a hammer. Why not? You only live once. I feel like making the hammer should be napping, but what do I know? I don't even really know what napping is, to be fair. I guess napping is turning flint into something else. That'd make sense. Let's make a chisel, eh? It uses 2 flint to make a chisel. That really puts me off wanting to do it. We can carve dice out of the bone pieces. Sod it, let's carve some dice, why not? See how much XP we get for it. 33. That's actually not terrible. And now we can roll the dice. We got a 5. Nice. Awesome. Right. I kind of wanted to make another bird trap. Also, let's research this branch while we're here. We might as well. A branch. What is this thing? I'd better research it. Doesn't really make a lot of sense, but I guess it could just be him thinking long and hard about what he could use a branch for. And he came to the conclusion that he could attach a bone to it. I mean, he's not wrong, I guess. Right, we need 4 branches. That should be easy enough. Clean up our area a bit. Protect our groin. And hopefully there's no zombies around. But there shouldn't be. We're directly in the middle of nowhere. This is such a good source of tree branches. Can't believe I used to cut down regular trees to get them. They don't spawn in the middle of nowhere anymore. Yeah, but they'll wander over here, right? They will wander over here. We know that for a fact because this was our first good run, was in this spot. and we died because a zombie wandered over here. Let's clean up the twigs. They mess with our foraging. There was a zombie, like, just to the north. Now, to be fair, I don't know what else was to the north. There could be a road to the north, for all I know. Put the twigs in the pile. And let's grab some more branches. We're going to make a second bird trap. We're supposed to be getting stones, eh? So that we can make a fire. Let's bring the hammer with us. We can find a big stone and smash it. It's a shame we can't, like, take these stones, eh? There's, like, stones out the wazoo, but we're just not allowed to use them. Might need a small blade to butcher things. No, I think the flint works fine. On a run I was doing off stream the other day, I found a dead mouse, and I was able to butcher that, and all I had was a piece of flint. So I think a piece of flint is all you need. A piece of flint is surprisingly useful. You can use it for a lot of shit. On my off-stream runs, though, I was doing it just on apocalypse settings. Today's my first try at doing these insane settings. And it's pretty fun. Also, there's a log. Let's make sure we get that. Log is vital to the cause. We need, what, 4 logs to make a lean-to? Now, granted, I'm not sure what benefit a lean-to actually gives us over sleeping on our bench, but they're both pretty uncomfortable. You can store stuff in the lean-to, actually. It's got storage, so even just that is pretty useful. We're going to build it here, so let's drop our logs here. And we'll need to put 20 tree branches there as well. I want to put them in a nice pile. Wetness and probably a bit of comfort. Yeah, maybe. Probably, actually. That would make a lot of sense. Can probably use a pillow. Yeah. If we could get our hands on one. Also, why am I hauling clay around with us? Let's just do a little bit of wandering around. See if we can find any more flint or anything of note. We should be able to. Our foraging is really good. We've got, like, barely any debuffs. I don't think mild thirst is going to matter. It was when I went up here that we died last time. 2 zombies jumped us. So you could argue that we shouldn't be going up here. However, last time... I didn't bother to scout. Yeah, I know you can get a bonus for foraging on farmlands. Really good for crops. There's some farmland literally just over in this direction. A massive bit of farmland. But there's zombies in the fields. As I learnt. We didn't die to them, but we certainly got chased. I want to know if those zombies who were up here and killed us last time are always there. Or if it was due to some other shenanigans. Like, I want to know why they were there. Is there a road nearby? Is there a building nearby? Why were there 2 zombies in the wilderness? Now, there's obviously a risk of us straight up dying with me doing this. But, you gotta do it for science, eh? Where's the second one? There's a third. Look, I'll be honest, I didn't expect a third or a fourth. Okay. If there's one thing I've learnt, it's that zombies do, seemingly, always spawn to the north of the base. Now, was that worth dying to get that knowledge? No. Definitely not. In no world was it worth dying there to get that knowledge. But at least we have it. Silver lining. Which means... is that a safe location for a base? We're regressing. Yeah. You know, having 0 fitness and 1 strength is not great. We should really be prioritizing exercising. We should really be prioritizing exercising. That's fine, though. I actually don't mind that death. I know that was, like, going really well. But hopefully we can replicate it, because if we can't, what are we doing with our life? Plus, I'd quite like to see some other places, you know? It's twice we've gone to that rock river. And whilst we know it's safe if you ignore the north, that's still not as safe as I'd like. Because I firmly believe a helicopter is going to show up. Even though we're 12 months later. I still think a helicopter's going to show up. And if it did, those zombies would have just killed us then. So, you know. It's fine. Am I opposed to building a fence and killing them after they cross it? I've tried that shit, man. Our zombies have superhuman strength, max toughness. I can't overstate how strong I've made these zombies. Probably get 4 to 5 strength and fitness in 10 days if you can keep up on food. Yeah, the problem is when you exercise, and you get the muscle strain, it nukes your foraging, which makes it very hard to keep up on the food. So I guess we'd probably want more of those bird traps. We'd want a fire, we'd want those bird traps, so that we don't need to rely on foraging for food as much. Yeah, it is whack. You can eat black sage, which does help. So if you can get a stockpile of black sage, you can chow down on that and it gets rid of the pain from the muscle strain. But I think doing smaller amounts of exercise as opposed to blasting it is the key. So that you don't have a full day of muscle strain. If you just do like an hour's worth each day, then it's probably fine. So I should probably be doing that every day, just do an hour's worth of exercise. Then you get a bit of muscle strain, but you only get it for like an hour the next day. So that's almost certainly the key. It does come on like 12 hours after the workout, yeah. Well, maybe not 12 hours. It always seems to come on just after you sleep, but maybe that's because it comes on during the sleep. Yeah, I could believe that. Anyway, it's midnight. I've been streaming for like 9 hours. And I haven't eaten. So, we're going to call it a day there. We're going to keep doing these ones tomorrow. I'm really enjoying it. I know we're not really making that much progress, but if you think about it, we are kind of making progress. Look at all the stuff we're learning. And never forget, we did kill one zombie. It happened. They can die. If it bleeds, we can kill it. The only problem is when there's more than one zombie. But you know, that's just an escalation of the problem. It's not a new problem. So it's a problem we can solve, for sure. But anyway, hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm going to go get something to eat. And I don't know, I'm tired. Anyway, catch you guys later. Adios.